Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath our waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? Tell me where do I go? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions break the one false step, lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Get it on, yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through hell and rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
everyone, I am Chef Work, and today, since I am from Italy, I want to show you for our third place one of the typical recipe that we have in Italy, in Torino, for Team Secret. Okay, so enjoy the recipe. So first off, we need a coated. Okay, one coated, it's good, and then crab, fuck. So it's okay. We don't need the coated. We can also use one nagia. It's fine. It's completely fine. So yeah, you put the nagia. Okay. Okay. Next, we need DNK. Let me check. It seems that DNK didn't show up, so let's just move on. We can add artifact now. Let me check artifact. Ooh, Artifact is really old. I think we can do it anyway, even if Artifact is a bit old. Okay. Now next we need Slayer. Okay. So we need a lot of Slayer. Let's take the Slayer here. Okay. And put a lot of Slayer. Okay. We need very much Slayer. Put the more Slayer the better. Just put a lot of Slayer. Okay. More Slayer. Yeah, this is good. Oh, okay. We have a lot of Slayer now, and now we need some CBL. Okay, not too much. Just a bit, not too much. Okay. Okay, I think I put too much CBL already, but it's okay. It's gonna be good anyway. Okay. So then you take your coach Hope and you mix. You mix a lot. So if it is looking terrible and you don't understand what is happening, that is okay. It is supposed to be like that. It is Team Secret after all. Okay. Okay. Very nice. Now we need to put it to the oven. Okay. So put it to the oven and wait for some time.
Andrew. Drew!
Yes?
It smells burnt.
Already?
Ew, it's secret.
Yes, it is fine, it is okay. So now I think our team secret is ready. Enjoy the games, especially the finals tomorrow, and see you at MSI. And if you don't mind, I am not going to taste Team Secret, so see you on tomorrow.
"85 days. 85 days ago, the VCS started. Hopes for each team still intact. The spring split anew. Then, 85 days ago, we knew how good GAM was going to be. SGB was just a bunch of rookies. Nobody had it high on their tier list in the slightest. TS was still a team that was built of top players we had high expectations of. And CES was testing with new additions that weren't proven yet. Our expectations have been tested and shattered over the last 85 days. However, it will only take one more to give us clarity for summer, give us a champion to crown, and provide the first VCS team to compete internationally since 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals here on the VCS English stream. I'm Rebel Fox, normally desk analyst, occasional caster, hater of Syndra, and now self-appointed, I suppose, desk aficionado host. Alongside me this evening or morning, if you're like me, of course, from the opposite side of the world, I've got self-proclaimed professional spider eater Mabinogi alongside me, and 5-star Michelin chef, as opposed to that beginning video Clockwork as well on the desk. Mabi, Clockwork, how you doing on this fine day?
Spider eater?
Yep.
Where did that come from?
You're the self-proclaimed spider eater. I don't know what to tell you.
I guess we're rolling with that.
Clockwork.
So, I tasted that pancake and I'm jealous for Mabi. Like, I want to eat spider instead now.
I'm glad we're all together. Well, everybody here, I think it's about time we actually get a chance to look at the playoff bracket, because we've had a little bit of a run up until this point, and we'll get a chance to see how these teams have actually come together. We get a chance also to talk about how things have gone up until this point, right, where we have GAM and we have SGB on that finals matchup. And then in this fourth place matchup here, CES and TES are taking each other on for pride more than anything else in this earlier phase.
Yes, so if we're looking at this playoff run, so far it's panned out pretty much as expected. GAM thrashed Secret pretty handily in the 3-0. And then we had a bit of a closer series, but as predicted, as always happens time and time again, we see a bit of a choke from Team Cerberus that happened last year. It continues to plague them this year. The fall off is unreal. But Secret, congratulations, you made 4th. You did it, fellas. You were meant to be top 2, but you came 4th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, more or less what we were expecting at the beginning of the split, as you said, Rebel, that Secret were going to be a team built for success. And they are actually more or less placing around where we expected them to, with the asterisk that they did so by showing a level that was far below our expectations. So I'm still not convinced by Secret.
I think everybody's been a little bit confused about Team Secret, as their name would allow. And that brings us into the third place match today, because we have, of course, CES versus Secret. So let's talk a little bit about these teams, because on the side of CES, how many roster swaps can a team make over the course of the season? We had the possibility of POS coming in. We had multiple top laners already with LL, and we had Pun. We had in the jungle 3 different people play with many people over the course, mostly Zuhao, and then, of course, as the season ended, Ego stepping back in after his long hiatus, and even in the bot lane, Ron, OP, and Huber. So Clockwork, tell me about, who are they playing today? Why are they playing today? This game isn't as perhaps important, or not, doesn't have the impact that our finals will, but they're still playing for third place, which is really important. And I think more so than anything, the two teams that have had perhaps the most confusion over the entirety of the spring split now get a chance to prove themselves for summer. So what are your thoughts on this roster here for CES?
So my memory suggests that Cerberus haven't won a playoff series yet, ever. So this could be a start. Winning this series could be like the first playoff win in the history of Cerberus. That said, how are they going to get this win? This is a good question, because their rosters have been stable with one configuration, which is the Pun in the top lane and Shu Hao in the jungle. But they also have shown willingness to put Ego, especially in a clutch match last week against Buffalo. So I feel like they're confident about allowing Ego to play and to show up. And possibly, if they're looking at summer already and they want to start practicing a bit, getting a bit of stage time for Ego, then this will be a very important series for them to start him. The possibilities of POS starting are also non-zero. I would still keep Pun, because I feel that they're changing too many variables at once can be risky. So yeah, my ideal lineup would be Pun and Ego for this series.
Interesting. So POS, I'm pretty sure, is actually just confirmed not being able to play for the rest of the playoffs. It's one series. It's fine. So Pun will be in. I think you stick with Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao has been fine. He's been a good jungler for pretty much the entire last year. Plus, even in the if we look at the matchup against SGB, Ego looked terrible. Ego got thrashed. He was garbage. Zhu Hao was fine. He was down in some games, but he got the one win. And then you have to look towards the support position. And I think up against the Team Secret, you probably want to go for Ron OP just for that stronger laning phase up against the likes of CBL and Slater. Though Huber has been no slouch in terms of mechanics this split. So if you feel like you need that macro sense, go Huber. If you want to sort of win game, even though it's Cerberus, they never win lane, go Ron OP.
Tops and jungles and supports, oh my, I cannot believe we were able to break that down so easily. Thank you, both of you, for your insightful comments. Hopefully CES decides to listen to us, although now that you've made your predictions, I'm certain they've got an entire extra roster that they'll be playing for playoffs, so have fun with that when we get in.
Sorry, that was
start back in. That was Secret, yes. So let's talk about Secret for a second, because we have our other obvious 3rd or 4th place team that's going to be jumping in here, and they have less of a roster issue, and they have a lot more of style, which is every single week. That's not the GAM player, of course, which is a pun based on last week. So, haha, thank you, me.
No pun,
but Upon his Cerberus, that's right. But they've had a problem kind of picking anything that's really worked for them, or finding what's really been the tune that's been able to keep them winning all season long. And while, yes, they were thankfully able to beat SBTC, good riddance from the VCS, their struggles still continued into playoffs, and I think every one of us has predicted them to be the worst of the two teams coming in here. If you want to pop up the predictions bracket, it would be easy to see. But let's talk about Team Secret really quickly as just whatever it is that you think that can actually fix this series. We'll start with Mobby this time instead.
So generally, where I think you're looking to attack Cerberus is the top lane, and for that reason, start Coded. Coded is a much stronger laner than Nagia. He is not as consistent as the game progresses, but if he is on, he is the much stronger player. So I think you put in Coded, play towards him. DNK, please turn up. Unlike we didn't need you in a cooking show in Italy, but we need you here today if you want to win this series. So play through Coded. Just play through Coded.
All right. Clockwork, I apologize. You don't get your word in edgewise, as we do have predictions graphic on screen. Unbiased on my right, of course, with Mr. Clockwork. But there is a far more important, transient celestial being that we have to remember is on the VCS analyst desk. So let's get Rakan's opinion on who wins this series.
All right, everyone. Before our lovely analysts give you their predictions, we have to go to one of the smartest analysts I know.
Okay, now we're good.
It's going to be Rakan. What's it going to be, mate? Cerberus or Team Secret for third place match? It's a pretty tough matchup to predict, but let's have a look at what. Oh, I know you're nervous, mate, but come on. What does Rakan predict? Cerberus or Team Secret? Rakan, come on. I think we'll take that as a Team Secret. All right, mate. There you go. He reckons Team Secret. Let's see if Cerberus can prove him wrong. All right.
Our smooth criminal, the prediction made, leaned towards Team Secret in soft fashion, perhaps a 3-2. So maybe Clockwork, you're actually of the right alley, since everybody else here has predicted Cerberus to win. As gentlemen, we're actually kind of booking along here, so I'm going to start to get some final comments. I suppose we'll start here with Mobby. What are, I suppose, the grandiose, overall arching big picture thing here that could actually win Cerberus this series?
So we definitely will look to see a bit of a clash of AD carries. Artemis for Slater, that's just going to be a big factor in this game. But I think mid difference has to come through for Yado. He needs to show up. He actually has been providing much more of his team's damage in playoffs so far. It's only one series to take compared to a split. But his stats are showing that he's providing more to the team, but it's just not carrying through for them. So Artemis needs to step up and be the big carry he has been all split, be the second place MVP, and Yado. Those are your two key carries.
Clockwork, how many glugs of Slater are we going to need for Team Secret to pull this one out?
A lot. They're like several kilos. Don't. Yeah, several kilos. That's nothing short of that. But also the mixing is going to be important because Slater in general has not performed like the former champion that he is. He has a massive gold allocated into him, and despite that, he can't bring the damage to even compare with Artemis. This is mostly because team fights, which are the scenario where AD carries are allowed to do more damage, are actually very poor on the side of Secret, and they always struggle at that side of the game. They prefer to go for early game composition, relying a lot on drafts. Something particular like the Nocturne Galio that we remember from last year. They also played this split, and particular composition that come up together, but they haven't so far. They, especially against Secret, we remember from last week that they have come up with drafts that don't really match their intentions. So I'm really curious to know what they're cooking up.
I'm also curious, but we're going to get a chance to see as we are into game number 1 and the draft here between Team Secret and CES. We start off with the Tristana ban. What are expectations here for the draft? We heard a little bit of that. The Galio wanting to be here for Team Secret, but already being potentially looked at here, and Cerberus is going to lock that one in as a ban to take that strategy away from Team Secret.
And I mean, Kai'Sa is probably going to be an extremely high priority. You can only imagine. Kai'Sa and Hecarim, I think, are going to be sort of your picks for the first pick. That's what they're going to fight over. Both these AD carries love the Kai'Sa, love the Sire across the course of the split, so I expect that to be the AD carry matchup. Hecarim is just ridiculously cracked on the patch and is easily the #1 jungler. Could look to see Udyr to match it. Depends on where these bans pan out. I expect to see maybe a Lilia ban. Oh, actually the Rel.
So here is where my confusion starts kicking in, because Team Secret banned 3 power picks, well, Tristana and Seraphine most notably, which are usually left to the red side to ban. So I don't understand why they're choosing to pick them, to ban them on blue side. I hope that they have something planned for the first pick, and as Mabi said, Hecarim could be a good option to start to open up their draft with.
Yes, and we have confirmed that Nagia will be starting. I'm assuming that also because you wanted Ron OP, that means Huber's also starting as well.
And Ego's starting, so...
Yeah.
Ego's starting, that's right. We're 0 for 3. Yes. Perhaps the only thing working for us today is...
Also, Ron OP is starting. I saw him on games.
Okay, perfect. That's at least... Okay, we got 1. Right, we got run. Fantastic analyst desk. Kai'Sa taken first overall. As you said, Clockwork, of course, the power picks taken away from Team Secret, with Hecarim and Thresh coming over to the side of CES as well. A couple of really powerful champions in their back pocket now.
The Thresh is especially important. Cerberus have banned this champion the most in the whole regular split, but their supports, both Ronopi and Cuba, if I'm correct, they have a really high win rate on the Thresh, so this could be a good pick for Team Secret to start building around. Oh, the Silas. Oh,
Mabi's brain is exploding right now. Mabi, what's up?
If Team Secret locks in Thresh right here, which they absolutely should, yeah, Cerberus, why the hell are you picking Xayah in the first rotation? Leave it to pick 3. You get your 2 power picks, and they're not going to pick a Xayah as a second AD carry. Xayah mid isn't a thing. They decide to go Blitzcrank. It's still not worth it. Not worth it at all. The Thresh is just so much more utility. The Blitzcrank's a one and done, and what you're bringing in Silas, and fantastic. That's exactly where he wants to be.
So yeah, the Blitzcrank is usually a most notably counter pick to the Senna Tamkench bot lane, because it takes away the shield and can grab 2 for the price of 1. So very good, but there's no Senna, there's no Tamkench here, so I don't understand.
Thresh. It is good into Thresh because Thresh has the wind up, so as soon as he winds up for a hook, you just hook the Thresh yourself. So and he can't land him himself out, but it's
marginal.
I'm just excited because I get to hear the words Hook and Z come out of our German colorcaster today. So that's going to be an exciting little process to actually bring out. As we're seeing a number of the pools actually pinched off here. The Nocturne taken away from Team Secret as the Galio, again, part of that pivotal strategy. The Nagia not getting a hands on the Gnar whatsoever as that's taken out. Orianna pulled off from Team Secret to make sure that no sort of a team fight, a mid laner is going to come through for Yato. And we'll see what they want to wrap up this with. What are our plans for the last few picks as we get into this one? Renekton, the final bend here for Team Secret.
So some sort of safe pick for Yato, maybe a Zoe, something, or an Azir, some safe pick that doesn't have any really hard counters. You know there's going to be a Silas on the enemy team, most likely in the hands of Artifacts, so pick and choose what you feel that matchup is. And then you save your counter pick for fun. It can just be a Scion, it can just be whatever. There's the rise for Yato, that's what he wants to play. And I think this should be very, very good. As for Team Secret, they can still fall back to Lilia. That's still open. They can go to Elise if they really want to, but they just have a lot of options. They can do whatever they want.
with Aatrox, I'm not really confident, especially because Cerberus left themselves a counter ping in the top lane. They are aware that Team Secret will try to win through top lane, and they want to make sure that Pan can withstand the pressure that Team Secret is going to bring out. Aatrox suggests that they're going also to take some maybe AB champion. I like the Lilia. I am afraid that we will see some Nidalee maybe. I hope not, but it will make sense in how Team Secret draft. And not the least, this is quite weird, but okay, this is makes sense with the Sylas in the mid lane, because that mixed damage can prove challenging for Yado. But in the top lane, which is the area that they want to attack, it would be super easy for Cerberus to pick an Ornn or something and just go armor and stop any threat.
I feel Ornn would be the way to go. The Aatrox, I would have thought the Aatrox would have been there to dissuade the Scion pick, but Cerberus still want to run it.
Yeah, perfectly comfortable with that tank on the top side. We're going to get a chance now to actually see both sides' compositions. I mean, we're looking at these two, both of you. So let's get some, I guess, not even predictions for game necessarily, but definitely predictions for who you think is taking game one based on what we're seeing right now, because we saw some crazy drafts to start things off.
Yeah, I think Team Secret all around has the much more comfortable draft. It's going to rely a lot on can Nadir and DNK execute, but as the game goes on, even if they can't, if Artifacts later in CBL get to a good point and come late, they should be able to carry with what they have.
I do agree with Mabi here. Team Secret have a lot of comfort. They pick the style that they want to play, but Cerberus did so as well, and they should be very good in teamfight, especially Ryze and Saya. I think that their composition is more sticking to the meta. So in this first game, I want Secret to win, but I think that Cerberus have an edge.
All right. Well, I think we got predictions from both of you, or at least Mabi. I'll come back to you really quick just to make sure I'm clear on this. Is this a Cerberus prediction from you?
I think this is a Team Secret. I think the draft is in Team Secret's favor. I think you've counterpicked yourself top lane. You've given yourself a bit of a winning bot lane, but Kai'Sa is better early than Xayah, so I think you're going to lose your laning phase, and your comp doesn't outscale enough to manage those late game team fights. Team Secret should have this one.
Clockwork yourself.
I'm gonna go with Cerberus, of course. Yeah, I feel that Team Secret are too inconsistent in the early game to actually make proper use of their composition once the 20-25 minute mark is surpassed, and from there on, Cerberus will take on as always.
This was fantastic. We'll see if your predictions are going to come true. But for now, you have two much smarter, much more handsome gentlemen than all three of us combined to take us on the Rift every day. Yowei, bring us in.
And a very warm welcome from the caster desk as well. My name is Yowei, and with me is none other than the man, the myth, the legend, calling all the hippities and the hoppities, transforming the Rift into a concert stage, my lovely co-caster every day. Today, in this series, we play for nothing. There are no points, there is no real tangible gain, but nonetheless we expect it to be a fierce competition between these two teams as they yearn for redemption. Falling flat once again at the final hurdle, both teams entered this year's competition with the highest of ambitions. Cerberus, forever doomed to be their own final gatekeeper and never to make it past semis. Team Secret looking oh so bleak in comparison to their superior team in the inferior game. Today is the day of dreams and possibilities. What could have been, what can be, and what might be in summer. Duking it out for us today with nothing but pride and the notion of not being a failure on the line. Team Secret and Cerberus Esports.
Well, that was impressive. Why am I even here? When you can bring all that kind of hype, you love to see it. But g'day, everybody. My name's Everyday. And Yowei, how do you feel about these two teams? I think there is some interesting draft decisions from both sides, honestly. What What do you think of Lee Sin being back?
I think he is a very bad champion right now, and I kind
Gullible.
of feel like we are not taking this first game too seriously. Looking at not only the draft, but also the substitutions coming in. Nagia was clearly struggling in the last few series he played, and they had to replace him again with Coated. I'm very skeptical looking at Nagia playing. Honestly surprised we don't see Eddie in his first ever play a best of 5 series. This could have been an opportunity, but let's see if DNK can draw the first blood in this best of 5.
He's going in. The chains will land from Silas. Yardo in a lot of trouble. Yardo taken down. And DNK on the blind monk looked pretty well guided there.
There we go. That's the Lee Sin coming in, and this is what Lee Sin has to do. He has to cheese, he has to gank a lot. He's not the same champion as a Hecarim. Not only not in the early game clear, he also doesn't scale as well. He just doesn't provide as much, and we saw one Lee Sin game in LEC. It went horribly wrong, so this is a good start from DNK. He's clearly going for a little bit more style. There you go.
Ego coming in. Artifact has the chains primed. This is a huge mistake. He's dead.
Ego, no. This
You
is
can't
what we
do that
wanted
against
to
a
see.
Silas. Like, what are you doing? It's a Silas. He's going to hit you with an E, and he's going to hit you with a W.
Zooming out a little bit, looking at the matchup at hand today, Cerberus against Team Secret. Team Secret looked pretty bad in their series against GAM, as we see this first blood again. Pretty easy, nice flash from Artifact to guarantee this to see. Make it easy for DNK to hit the Q. Just bread and butter play there from this combination of champions. They try to punish Artifact on the TP back into lane, but it's just too deep. And
It's a Silas. You can't do that against a Silas. But we're back to live as a dive set up in the top side of the gear. He's in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down. It's a 1-for-1 with Ego's interference.
This is what we're here for. This is VCS action. Dice after dice after dice. 4 minutes, 4 kills. That's what we like to see. Let's go. 5 kills will be here soon, I think, because so far the action has been non-stop. And that's very good for DNK and his Lee Sin, of course. 1-0-1 already on a serrated Dirk. So he's actually quite a strong champion on the map. It's going to fall off later, but I'd like to see him go full squishy,
Artifact
full glass cannon.
does manage to make up the distance. The devastating charge can't.
He's level
What
6.
the hell? Artifact, yeah, he's going to try and turn it. He's got the hijack. He steals that spectral onslaught. In they go. He's got one. He's got the conqueror charge. He gets a Kingslayer. It's not a king though. It's a horse. But it doesn't matter. It's a double kill. 2 for 1.
And this Artifact does not look old.
2 on 1. Sorry.
This is prime Artifact, and what a great play. The heads up knew he was going to hit level 6, and with level 6, with the health bars looking pretty bleak for Cerberus' side, very nice execution there. Artifact coming in and stomping his opponents. Ego coming in, second ever game this year, looking pretty off his game. Very nicely done. Artifact Yado has no mana.
Just reads, yeah, he just reads Yado, no mana.
Yeah, and Ego is just a tank. He doesn't do anything. Very close to actually killing him, though. So that was a little bit of luck and nice mechanical execution. This is what we like to see from this champion. He's such a highlight reel of a champion, so good to see him start off with an amazing performance. 3-0 early game for Silas.
Already got the Dark Seal. This is very scary. Ron OP moving forward.
Action never
to get
stops.
the hook, there it is. Flash E. The Realm Warps come in. CBL. He'll be consigned to the Void. Sent to Artemis Jail. As we have now 7 kills at 6.5 minutes. This, your way, is why we watch the VCS.
What a delightful early game. This is quite something. I did not expect these two relatively slow teams come in and just duke it out in the early game. 7 kills at 7 minutes. Still 1 kill per minute. That's what we aim for here every single day. And usually the higher kill games are between SGB and GAM, but it seems like Cerberus and Team Secret wants to give us a show.
Oh, do you really want to try this again? You really trying this again, Ego?
He even used ultimate. Ego looks so lost on the Rift, and now the counter ults.
Realm Warp coming in. I think that was a stolen Realm Warp from Silas, so it actually was just a threat. Nagia popped his wings, didn't really get anything done.
Yeah, smart decision from Artifact not to follow through, because there was a wave hitting his tower, so he would have lost a whole wave of minions, which means and the chance of actually catching Ego on his way out with Ghost activated are very slim. And even if you catch him, he's already 1 and 2, so probably not worth that much gold compared to the whole cannon wave in mid lane. So, like this decision here from Artifact, looking for an opportunity, but in the end playing the safe and more consistent way.
Sorry, I don't know if you just saw them put a graphic up.
For a split second, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Artifact was just peeking over the top of the scoreboard.
Nice.
Oh.
Artifact, looking for another one. He doesn't have ult available, so not quite as strong in the all-in. This is risky. Artifact.
Yeah, this is extremely
Never
risky. But he's
mind.
got friends, as CBL has arrived, as has Slater. And as Clockwork said, you add a hefty pinch of Slater, then you add about 5 pinches more. You got a good team secret.
So far, the Artifact is not ult though, so you can actually work with more than just the Slater. You can actually incorporate an Artifact, and then your recipe is looking quite nice. So,
Yeah.
what is Team Secret going to do about the spot lane situation? CBL not level 6. Good hook though.
Oh, what a hook coming in. Artemis, absolutely no chance here.
Wait, what?
Will go
Wait
up
a
into
second.
the Featherstorm. No, you can't. Oh, Slater! What have you just done? Don't take that lantern. Artifact gets a kill on the other side. Slater should eventually be able to hunt Artemis down.
It's
but-
amazing.
Why did he click that lantern?
I can tell you why. He saw the turret aggroing Artemis, but then Artemis used his ult, and he thought Artemis would still be...
Oh my god,
Artemis
no,
wins this.
no. I don't think. Oh no.
Here we go, and it never stops mid lane.
And we've got mid lane. Why did I think I could ever look away as D&K has been taken down? Ego finally getting a play that works out as CBL's the next target, and he brings the lance down into the back of Thresh.
Well, every day. Usually, I am quite harsh to people calling the VCS bad compared to other minor regions, but, well, today we might not be playing on the highest of levels and not on the highest of seriousnesses. No one really knows why we even play this best of 5. I like it, because I get to cast another series and look at these lovely players. But this is not the highest competitive integrity.
You say you get to cast another series, but right now I'm going to need you to take a seat. We're going to have to get another play-by-play in because I can't keep up.
Slater really thought the turret had Artemis and completely forgot that the tower aggro actually
my
resets
God.
after this. He flashed after him to then lose the duel in the jungle. That is so good. That is
What an atrocious play, Slater. Eddie,
so
get
funny.
in.
Especially because Artifact was 100% secured on the kill. Like, okay, nice grab for one.
Oh, wow. Well done,
Slater's dead.
Slater. He's got no chance. Yeah, the Ignite takes him down. CBL moving forward. Artifact coming in with the move speed from the teleport. Steals the Blitzcrank ultimate. Will have access to the big silence field as everyone arrives. There it is. There's the electric shot going out. D&K will pick up the second kill. Ego is dragged back. The hooks are thrown. Can they get enough down? Wow, I can't talk. Damage down. No, they can't. Ego escapes.
What is Ego doing in this game? I am really not sure.
Feeding.
Yeah, that's yeah. That one thing is for certain. My God, Ego looking rusty. Maybe Clockwork was confusing Artifact with Ego in his recipe, because this is not looking like some old man mechanics coming out from Ego and old man pathing, even though he's actually a very young man.
Well, well, he is, his pathing seems fine. He is up in CS over D&K.
As he should be, of course. Hacker him against Lee Sin. I think he insta.
He's also got one more kill. So basically, Ego is just smashing the jungle matchup. Clearly,
He's actually 2 levels ahead. D&K going for maybe a few too many of the cheese gank routes, and he's level 7. He's on the same level as CBL, his own support, so D&K really struggling to keep up. This is one of the problems we've seen so many times with Lee Sin. It doesn't really make sense to farm, but it also doesn't really make sense to not farm, because then you just fall behind, and the enemy jungler, who just has to press one button and one item to go for a successful gank, is just way quicker than you on the map, in the jungle, at everything he does. Nagia, though.
Nagia finds Ego, and Ego just ults over the wall. He's terrified. And that is going to be a crab secured for Team Secret over to Nagia. And, you know, Your Way, I really liked your analysis there. It's almost like Lee Sin's not a very good champion.
Indeed. Yeah. We know all the VCS players, especially the junglers, of course, love Lee Sin. It's one of those requirements. You need to be a good Lee Sin to even be looked at in solo queue, because everyone needs to be on top of his game with Lee Sin. DNK historically has been a good Lee Sin player as well, so definitely surprising to see him. But if you think about the context of this series, well, it's not the most serious one. So I guess we get a Lee Sin game in game 1. And Team Secret is still ahead in the early game, mostly due to artifacts, magic in the mid lane. You guys know ult?
Oh yeah, Artifact has been pretty incredible. Has access to the Hecarim ult again. Oh, and Slater's dead! Woo! Best ADC in the VCS as he has been found. He has been taken out.
Look at the
Down
TP.
in the bot lane there is a teleport. That should be Nagia. Out he comes. The Aatrox arrives. The wings are spread. They want Artemis. He does not have access to the Featherstorm. Ron does land a hook,
Good
trying
flash.
to hold him up for a moment. No chance though, and CBL throws a hook from downtown and will get Ron OP. It's a double kill for Nagia. I'm glad we got to check in with what Sion was doing in the meantime, though.
Yeah, pushing the tower. Look at him. He might get 2 plates. No, he's too scared because now Silas is here. Once again, amazing grab from Ron OP. Artemis and Ron OP really outplaying the spot lane 2v2. And you have to remember, these are the Spring Split champions from last year. CBL and Slater looking like nothing like champions, getting completely outclassed here in the first game by especially Artemis, but also Ron OP with a very nice setup. So the counter pick of the Blitzcrank, our analysts were skeptical, but it looks pretty good in this first game. They went back from the Thresh hover to the Blitzcrank counter pick, and so far, if we play like this, I have nothing to complain about.
I'm going to reject one part of your statement, is I don't think CBL's playing loudly. I think CBL's been fine.
Well, yeah, maybe.
He's been landing hooks. He's been landing a lot of hooks, a lot of plays.
Can't really flamify anything, that's true. Slater.
I think Slater has been. I think Slater, exactly. Like, there's only so much a Thresh can do when the Kai'Sa is just constantly getting hooked.
Now you have to understand, as an ADC main, you have to flame CBL for the Lantern.
What do you mean?
That's
You're not
Slater.
an ADC main. You're not an ADC main. You play center. She's a support.
Fair enough. Yeah, CBL set up the Lantern for Slater to click, and when there's a Lantern, you have to click that. So he went away from his free kill on Artemis. That's CBL's fault, of course.
It's true. And look, I mean, look. If you look at the top side, Team Secret is ridiculous this game. This is such a good performance, particularly out of Artifact and Nagia, of course. This Aatrox quietly up to that 3-1 after a good teleport down to the bottom lane, and of course has a massive CS lead over Sion.
Seems like
They will
free.
pick up the Herald.
Cerberus just got the
Wow.
first tower. And they gave the gold over to Sion. So this is a very peculiar move for me. Looking at the map situation, they swapped their ADC, their strongest player, their MVP candidate, Artemis, into top lane after he won the lane and got all the kills. And then they decided to not contest the Herald and give the full solo gold to Pan. That is
Sorry,
one
can we
of the
just point
most-
out, we have to address it, that just said hurled percent. That was hurled percent.
They're trying, okay? They're trying nice graphics. I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, it's true. I like it. Good job, BATV. Just check the spelling.
So, we have counter tower for Team Secret, but honestly they lost a lot of the golds there, so Team Secret on the whole gold part not really coming out ahead, but then you have to consider Pan got all the gold funneled into him, so it's not optimal gold allocation for Cerberus either, which means Team Secret in the end still ahead, and now DNK looking for a kill, does no damage to Pan
kicks
whatsoever.
Pan. Yeah, but look at that. CBL reading the play excellently, forces Ego to ult away. He's in a lot of trouble, though, as here comes Artifact, has access to the Hecarim ult, doesn't pull the trigger. Just clearing the wave as the teleport from Yado did come in, and they're all going to... Oh, okay, they're just going to leave Artifact behind. Fair enough.
Okay, I need a little bit more evidence. I have a strong feeling that there's a little bit of a problem in the Lee Sin Sion matchup, because Sion just took everything from Lee Sin and then hit one Q, and Lee Sin dropped to half HP, and Sion lost 100 health. So I think the evidence is not conclusive. We need more interactions here, but yeah, not the strongest one, maybe.
Nagia is in so much trouble. He tries to go into the alcove, spreads his wings, but he will be silenced, he will be hooked, he will be killed.
Nicely done. Cerberus punching back, but Team Secret still on the aggressive. Try to push for the mid lane tier 2. But no ADC, so yeah, they can't really go for this one. Good counter punch from Cerberus, and once again they're funneling all their gold into their main carry. Problem right now for them is Artemis can carry in the late game, especially on this champion. We've seen him perform amazingly on the Xayah. But then you kind of need a little bit of extra damage on your team still, and this Ryze, 0 and 5, he's not going to provide any damage for the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes even.
Yeah. That is a bit rough, and of course, I mean, this is kind of interesting, because Ryze is sort of considered a soft Silas counter, so the fact that this has gone so poorly is bad.
It's a 2k gold lane just in the mid lane.
Exactly.
It's more than a 2k in ADC though, just to quickly interrupt you. That is even worse for Team Secret in team fights later on, because now Slater can't ever hope to 1v1 Artemis. That's one of the biggest strengths in this matchup for Kai'Sa. So this Xayah, now very far ahead, can force the front-to-back team fights, and then she's just a better champion.
Yeah, it's true. Let's see how it plays out. Slater continuing to farm up, has the Kraken Slayer, Artemis has his Gale Force. Eclipse for Lee Sin? That
don't ask me
probably...
about Lee Sin items. Everything is garbage because Lee Sin is garbage. So I
mean, it's that or Gore Drinker. I think Eclipse makes sense here.
Yeah, I think if you play Lee Sin, you basically have to play Assassin Lee Sin because he does everything worse than all the other bruisers. So why would you play him bruiser? You can just pick Udyr or Hecarim or Volibear. There are so many options. Just in Zhao as well, right? So if you play Lee Sin, just go for plays, go for kills, and go for full damage. Try to one-shot the enemy ADC or mid laner, because anything else he's just outclassed at the moment with the other champions in the meta.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly my thoughts. And Slater is... Ooh, he does flash away from the hook. Well done, but that is the flash expended. CBL is doing a good job distracting as Artifact arrives. Takes a little bit of damage, but it doesn't matter because Ron OP will be the first one to fall. Can they keep this going?
Okay.
Oh, Yado's in the middle of the enemy team. Artifact will zap him to death. And look at Nagia moving forward, doing well with those knockups. The Featherstorm's been forced. They have to play around the Blade Caller. But they are sieging onto this inner tower. They're going to try and cut down Pun. The tree will fall. CBL with a good flash using the devastating charge to get away further. And the zombie Pun will fall. And it's TS looking resplendent.
Love to see Team Secret actually attacking the enemy team, even though the AD carry looks so strong, because they know Xayah on 2 items. Yeah, she's decent, but not quite on her highest power level. So right now we can still force team fights. Our top laner deals more damage. Our jungler can do more. Our mid lane is insanely far ahead. So let's just force a fight when the ADCs don't... while there is a huge item disadvantage, it's not actually lethal. So now this is a little bit risky. All of them with low HP bars, and Artemis is here. Can he stop
Silas? Silas with the Hecarim ult though. There's the Baron secured. Ego could not get into the pit.
Oh, Artemis!
Riders have already gone out. CBL with a godlike hook finds Artemis, but it's not going to be enough. He goes down and Slater goes diving into the backline and only kills one. Now Ron OP falls. Yado, he is very far behind on this rise. He is popped. DNK takes him down. Nagia with the wings spread, but a well done Q from Pun escorts Artemis out.
We see more and more of why Xayah has kind of fallen off the priority list a little bit more, because especially in the VCS we fight so much for 20 minutes, and 20 minutes is just too early. Very good flash from Slater at the start, and keep your eyes on DNK. He arrives late into this fight, but he actually hits a super nice hook on Yado to push him into the enemy team. Yado right now, yeah, there is old flash.
That was kind of insane, actually.
That was a very, very good mechanical execution. We know DNK is a good player. He has had his struggles, and Team Secret as a whole have had a lot of struggles when it comes to mid and late game execution. Actually, a point I want to make looking at this game, Team Secret last week against GAM, their early games looked decent, especially in game 1. But then they really were behind on the plays whenever GAM tried to look for engages in mid lane. And Team Secret very prone to just go to mid lane and look at the enemy team. And then they step a little bit too far away from each other, and GAM just used every single opportunity to strike. So I'm a little bit hasty, or a little bit confused to see the Team Secret actually succeed with their ARAM strategy. But considering they're pretty far ahead, it's good to see them find good team fights. And Cerberus now on the back foot, need to find a way back and need to give Artemis time to scale to 3 items.
Yeah, they just have to give this dragon up though. No chance of a contest. They use the opportunity to crack open the mid lane. Not a bad trade considering the dire straits that they are in. as Nagia threatens DNK on the flank, but he's warded out, so Cerberus will get out of there in time.
I have to say, personally, not the biggest fan of investing so much Baron time into securing Drake number 3 for your team. I feel like Baron should always at least crack tier 2 towers, so now you kind of wasted the whole buff just for securing the next dragon, which you would have been able to do just with one person, in my opinion. Just send someone top, someone bot, and then have 2 people threaten mid lane while 1 person takes the dragon. I'm not sure why the teams in the VCS like to group around dragon after securing Baron so much. Maybe something to look out for at MSI and for the better teams tomorrow in the final. But yeah, now Team Secret basically reset the map and gave Cerberus 5 more minutes to scale. Look at the items for Artemis, still not there. We need more time, we need more CS funneled into this AD carry.
Yeah, that we do, is it will be a bit of an invade. DNK trying to steal away a red buff. Isn't very scared of Blitzcrank when he has that Shroud up. That's a good smite to secure it.
And DNK actually 4-1 and 5. Surprising.
Yeah,
after the
playing well.
He played the first 2 jungle rotations very well, going for 2 kills early on, but then he kind of fell off, right? We saw level 7 to level 9 early on in the jungle matchup, but he has recovered fully and is actually posing a threat to the enemy backline now, which is what you want to see from the Assassin Lee Sin kind of style.
Ooh, Artemis is tagged with that plasma, but in comes Ego, but it's just instantly diffused by the
grab.
simple lantern. But there's a grab! Slater steps too far forward, gets blitzcranked, in comes the train, Pun arrives. DNK is chasing off Ego. Ron OP will be sacrificed to Nagia. DNK, don't go too deep, there is still a tower. You know he wants to press Q again, but he's not going to quite do it. He does back off. Artifact didn't really participate in that one.
Oh, so close. You're actually missing that one, but of course he wants that kill. And this should actually just be the nail in the coffin for Team for Cerberus here. I don't think they can really come back from this position. Yes, Zaya actually finally completed her 3rd item, and Yado is finally getting some items under his belt as well, while being 1 and 8. Not the greatest performance from Yado, who was criticized last week as well. But this first game, Team Secret looking well coordinated. Nagia in top lane, stronger than Pun, and overall, just strong team fighting.
I know we don't want to talk about draft at this point, as this actually is a good team fight, so I might let you break it down.
Hook against hook. Both AD carries die in the first 2 seconds of the fight to the enemy hook, and then it's just Team Secret with stronger bruisers. Cerberus' composition is all about Artemis and keeping him alive, letting him carry front to back, and he's dead, so Cerberus are just scattered. They run for their lives, not very successfully, as we can see. Not even Yado is able to get out of here. This is Team Secret dominating the team fights.
Yeah, so the one point I wanted to make was I just don't understand why Pun counterpicked himself. Aatrox is a Scion counter. He's not as hard a counter as like the Darius or the Cho'Gath that sometimes come out, but like that is a free matchup for Nagia. It is uber free.
I don't think we have the time to really dive into the discussion.
I don't think so, but I just wanted to bring it up.
DNK, look at his positioning. DNK looking for something here, looking to isolate
He's on the
Artemis.
uber flank.
Oh, no one has seen him either. Look at this.
He comes in and there it is. Oh, instantly gets the Feather Storm. Removes that from players. Nagia gets a 3-man knock-up. Ego will dive in with that ultimate. Nagia's got a big shield though. He is very tanky on the front line. Punch should be the first one to fall. Of course, has his zombie form. That's an excellent blade caller across the team, but it does not matter. They're just too far behind. Artemis goes down. It's Artifact doing well. And that will be the ace as Ron OP falls and Team Secret win again.
That should just be the base at the end of game 1. What an explosive affair we have here. 38 kills in 27 minutes. We have one team hitting 1 kill per minute, and both teams combined hitting almost 1.5 kills per minute. Insane things in front of our eyes. In the end, Team Secret, we have to praise them once again. The solo lane is looking crisp. The bot lane was struggling a whole lot, but it didn't matter in the end. And even though I saw glimpses of hope for Cerberus in the last team fight, because their positioning was once again very thoughtful, very condensed, put together. So in the end, Cerberus not quite strong enough to fight back, but there's still hope in this series for them.
There certainly is. It is only game 1. Team Secret clearly playing a bit of a looser style, as expected. in a somewhat meaningless third place series. Hopefully Cerberus can bounce back. Hopefully Ego in particular can switch on the old brain machine behind the stage. With that, I assume you're ready. We will be going to a quick break and then we'll be back with the VCS English Analyst Desk. Don't miss it, guys. You want to be right here, right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the VCS analyst desk. My apologies, as we are just dumbfounded here on the desk. Well, two of us are dumbfounded. One of us is, you can just tell by the way that he's playing. Vinny is going crazy right now. As Team Secret, with the Lee win, ends up coming out in game number 1, taking the first game almost unexpectedly for one of our analysts. As what happened, man? Mobby, I guess we'll start with you because I'm going to take away at least a little bit of the smugness away from our big chef over there.
So I did say in draft, I think this draft favors Team Secret heavily, and they executed it in pretty much how I expected them to. They came in and they won the top side of the map to the point where even though Cerberus was winning bot side, it didn't matter. It didn't matter at all. And I want to funnel in on this Lee Sin pick because something I've noticed for DNK about over the course of the split is his best performances have been on off-meta picks. His Elise, his Nocturne, and now the Lee Sin, champions that he's super comfortable with in seasons past, he is having his best performances on. When he's playing the Udyr, the Lilia, the Hecarim, that's when he starts to sort of become that invisible force that refuses to make plays on the map and just doesn't exist. So I kind of want to see more Lee Sin. I want to see DNK go all in on these old style picks. Bring out the Elise, bring out the Lee Sin, bring out the Gragas, bring out the Jarvan. I don't care. Just you suck on the meta picks, mate.
I can see your mouth watering when you mentioned the Elise, so I'm just going to leave that to you for a second. As Clockwork, you get to talk about the Team Secret. You're the big fan, obviously. The big chef gets to talk about how well the team did in that first game. Is it true that Slater is still worse than Artemis, however?
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack. First, I had zero faith in the Lee Sin, and we said that both teams are playing for their pride, but so far, to me, it looked that only Secret was playing. That said, I had said that there was like a lot of need for Secret to have Slater performing and carrying the team. It was not true. This time it was all Nagia, Artifact, and DNK. All the top side did the heavy lifting. Slater had some happy little mistakes, as Bob Ross would say, and didn't really contribute too much to the whole game. Artemis is still a win condition for Cerberus, and if I'm in Cerberus, I will put all my chips on the bot lane again.
I do believe we actually have a team fight to break down, which Clockwork, I'll give you the opportunity to actually take a look at, as I believe this is the second to last fight before anything else had come about, so you can take a look at this one.
Yeah, so at the moment, Cerberus is trying to take Prio in the mid game and then put Visions in the side. They want to pick Slater because he's out of position, but CBL with a good Lantern, and here is where the really sick flank comes in. Doesn't mind if Slater dies, Nagia has a lit flank, and Cerberus is completely split. They have no option to have access to the front-to-back team fighting style that they enjoy and that they shine at. DNK and Nagia throughout the whole game, and this is the best example in my opinion, actually find all the flanks, Artifact also like putting the cherry on top this team fight here. But their flanks all the time disrupted Cerberus' game plan and favorite style so many times. If Team Secret can play like this again, I will not be surprised if this will be 3-0.
And Mobby, this is an opinion I think I want to get from you, because you already talked about DNK. We've talked about how well the Team Secret's done with, like, Nagia had a great game, Artifact had a great game, CBL missed a hook, and obviously Slater died a bunch of times, but the team was still able to come out with a really convincing win. So let's have a discussion, I think, on the one player that is still baffling me to some extent, which is Ego. During the game, even, we were having conflictions about how... Yeah, don't let him play. That's your response?
Don't let him play. So Yado was the big, paid heavily for his jungler's sins. Fed a kill to the Silas really early, gave him double buffs, then got outplayed, and then they got outplayed heavily in the 2v1. It was sort of baited in with no mana by Ego, and then Ego proceeded to just do absolutely nothing all game. It was disgusting. He does not deserve to play. He hasn't played all split, and the two performances we've seen from him, he is the worst jungler in the league.
Hold on. I think Ego this game was Secret's best jungler.
Secret's best jungler.
He set up artifacts so far ahead. That was like, good luck having such a performance if you're a DNK.
Yeah, I mean, fair, but unfortunately, that's not what Cerberus wants. Cerberus doesn't want to play 4v6. They want Zhuhao. Just play Zhuhao. Even Fuquan would be better than Ego at this point. I mean, I don't know about that, but definitely don't play it. Play Zhuhao.
Yeah. After that game, I don't know that I'm as down on Ego. I think maybe that early game, like you said, was not very good. And I believe also if they're really trying to put some effort into this game, then Zhuhao would be the play. Is it better for Zhuhao to play if Ego is going to be their jungler for the spring, though? Is it better just to get some reps onto Ego as fast as possible to make sure, this isn't what they're walking into summer with, if that's the case?
I mean, potentially, but there's still a lot of time between now and summer. It depends on how much you've written off third place. If you feel like third place means something for you, play Zhuhao. If you don't give a crap and are more than willing to get 3-0'd and go home early, then yeah, go ahead, play Ego, and I will respect you a hell of a lot less.
All right.
I echo that sentiment. Definitely, Cerberus doesn't look like they prepared to actually fight for third place. It looks like they're just having the most scream time on stage that they can access.
All right. So then, Clockwork, will come back to you again before draft should be starting here in just a second. How does Team Secret replicate what they just did? Do they require another Ego just kind of inting mid lane performance, Yato not having the performance of his lifetime in order to have the same kind of game? Also, just counterpick being given to the top side for Nagia? Or is there something they can do, I guess, to claim this game for themselves rather than just hoping that there's a number of mistakes being made by their opponent?
I am seeing Zhuhao unsaved.
Nice.
Glad. So the easiest part to replicate from Secret's game plan for game 1 is to help Nagi in the top lane. He showed that he was much more comfortable on this early game, let's say, carry, because he did heavy lifting in this game compared to the regular season. And well, Pan didn't do much to stand up in front of him. So this is the easiest way that Secret can replay this game 1. Focus on Nagia, maybe even on DNK. I'm not sure about Lee Sin again. That's not an advice that I'm willing to give to any team. But if it works, power to you.
Lee Sin suggested by one of our analysts very directly that TS should bring back out. The other also agrees on that. So Lee Win hopefully gets a chance here in this game as we are getting into draft for game number 2 here between Team Secret and CES in this quarterfinal, or in this this third-fourth place match between these two teams in our finals weekend. Tristana Rel taken away by the side of Team Secret again, taking away those power picks as that blue side team. And on the opposite side, it's going to be the Silas and the Set that are removed from that pool.
And I think this time around, with Zhuhao in, you're probably more likely to see Team Secret favor picking up that Thresh, or go for something a little bit more usual, more standard than the Kai'Sa first pick. It is a bit of a takeaway, but I think you're not. Though that said, trying to force Artemis onto that Xayah pick did do pretty well because we wasn't able to really impact the game early. So I guess actually Team Secret can just run back exactly what they did before and they'd be more than happy to.
Exactly. I still don't like the Kai'Sa first pick. I like a bit more that they left at least one power pick for Cerberus to ban on red side. Cerberus now will probably... Oh, okay. This is not so surprising. They know that they have access to a very huge comfort pick for the pun. And given how the first game went, I understand their choice to put him on Renekton.
Yeah, interestingly, we once again see CES. They go to Renekton, which is a solid blind lane pick. They get a possibility for TS to respond to that with Gnar, which it actually looks like they're going to go to, which makes some sense. Early levels are volatile, later stages are fine for the Gnar. But you also give the Thresh, potentially, back to the side of Team Secret, and don't pair that with the Xayah. Is that something that, like I said, it was obviously good for CBL last time. Is this something you approve of this time?
If I'm Team Secret, I definitely want to pick up that Thresh. I also don't mind the idea of picking up the Hecarim if you want to run with that. However, me personally would like to see DNK more on his comfort champs rather than anything else. So pick up their Thresh, take it away. They're gonna go for the exact same bot lane, which is fair. They were winning that bot lane, but it's I don't think it's gonna matter that much if Team Secret can get a good pick for the mid lane.
I absolutely agree. I said earlier that the Blitzcrank pick, I didn't like it that much because despite having a lot of influence in the early game, it doesn't really help with the front-to-back team fight that Cerberus excel at. So I think this Blitzcrank pick is kind of holding them back a bit. They are, however, pinching a lot of junglers for both DNK and Shu Hao, so we might see some creativity here with there's still Olaf open, of course, the great Lee Sin, so that there's Olaf is taken away, so here we might see some inventions here from both teams.
Now, okay. Bobby, no, slow down. Okay, we don't have to worry about it. No spoons here today, and I know your mouth is watering, so we get to talk about the Elise pick. It has to be. You're the one who self-proclaimed. I am curious what the counter pick is, though, from DMK. Let's hear it before we get a chance to actually see what they're going to go for. What's the counter pick to Elise in the jungle?
I was going to say you probably just lock in something like the Lee Sin or the Gragas to match it in sort of better game pressure. The Gragas is going to be the lock-in, and as it turns out, and I think that's fine. You aren't quite as active in the early game as Elise, but you scale so much better that it also opens up the option for a bit more of a fancy mid lane, and the blind Akali!
Wow.
Yeah.
So, I am not pleased. Like, I understand Cerberus' plan is trying to hinder DNK as much as possible, but that is leaving them out with an early game composition with the Renekton, with the Elise that needs to act a lot in the top lane, and Pan needs to be... Like, this is a very early game composition, and I don't think it benefits what Cerberus is trying to do, like, overall.
If this is Renekton, and that is actually the biggest of brains. This should mean they have two strong winning lanes to set up for the Elise to start snowballing them. I imagine those two are going to start. Yep, there we are. And then, so I really think Cerberus has come out with a very good job. They can smash the top lane with Jace. They can smash the mid lane with Renekton. And DNK isn't going to be allowed to do all that much if they ward up properly and protect their flanks.
I feel like I've been taken back to 2016 jungle meta, where we saw Gragas, Lee Sin, and Elise every single game for like 3 straight years. So I'm thankful that we did get away from that, but I like the little bit of a callback that we have in this game right now. But both of you, we will have to make predictions because we're getting into game really quickly. I'll start with Clockwork this time. Who wins draft this time? Are we going to game 3 with Team Secret being up 2-0, or is it instead going to be Cerberus taking this one?
I'll be on Secret this time. They have more comfort, and Cerberus isn't really primed for team fights.
Bobby?
I think Shu Hao's in. They've got a better draft. I'm going Cerberus this time.
All right. Split desk once again, as we're going to hand it back to Everyday and You'll Wait for Dast in game number 2.
And we're back for map 2, everybody. It was a dominant performance from Team Secret in the first. But now, with Cerberus pivoting, playing a very different style, I know at least one member of our production team is very much a Cerberus fan right now. Of course, Marby, looking at that Elise, yummy dinner. As we do continue. Artifact on this Akali this time. Very bold pick, to say the least.
PTA Elise. That's what I live for.
No, that's a thing. Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, I know. She's basically Elise is just when people want to play Gwen, and Gwen isn't on the patch, so you have to go to another melee auto attack champion with AP damage. So yeah, it's Elise this time. A little bit of maybe an idea of what Gwen can bring to the table later on.
Maybe. I mean, let's be real. You can't release Gwen until you've released Viego, so we'll probably see them in about 2.5 years.
Yeah, both of those, of course, not with us for a long time in pro play. So, focusing on Elise, I'm not sure what's going on with jungle meta today. Lee Sin in the first game and Elise in the second. Lee Sin won his first game, so I guess now it's Elise's turn. And I wouldn't have expected Elise to be on Cerberus' side. Elise, much more DNK champion. He's very known for the Elise. So this is a surprise. Maybe they've cooked up something very special for us here. So far, not much going on. Heavy trading in top lane, no pots left, and Elise heading towards top side. So maybe, level 1.
Oh, yeah, the hook lands. It was just that level 2. A good exhaust straight onto Artemis, though, ensures that no lethal damage will come in. But Ron OP continuing a day of good blitzcrank.
So we have exhaust traded for ignite, which usually I'd say is probably favorable for the side of Secret here, because Cerberus is lacking a little bit of damage to complete the all-in. Zuhal. Interesting. Early invade, skipping 3 of his camps, just going buff to buff, and Grump into enemy jungle. So now it's a smite duel. Who's going to get the first smite with this second game?
Dun, 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 dun. DNK will move forward, try and set himself up. There's the repel, and it will go over to DNK. He secures it, flashing forward, and now Zuhao is in trouble. Smites the Scuttle Crab to get some health back. As Nagia is going in on Pun. That's the first blood. The Gnar kills the Jace, and now DNK on the run. He belly bops away, and Yado can't slow him down. Artifact hits the Shuriken and comes in like Marby, taking a big bite of Spider. The TP is there, but it doesn't matter. They just turn around, go straight back through the croc. The Shock Blast will land. Nagia about to go Mega. Can he get into it? He doesn't need to as the back off is coming in. Artifact now moving forward, but can't hit the E. And Team Secret will end the play.
What are you saying? We're playing a jungle meta about full clear? Nah, not today, not in the VCS. We are all about early cheese gangs, about invades and skirmishes. 2 laners ending up with double buffs after 4 minutes. And 4 minutes into the game, we're back to 4 kills. So here we go again. Another kill, another good start for Artifact. But this time around, we get 1 counter kill for Cerberus. But in the end, in the grand scheme of things, it's Team Secret with the lead, and once again, Cerberus' bot lane is asking their solo laners why.
Pun moved forward at the wrong time. DNK came in for the easiest kill that Gragas will ever get.
Okay, we don't need to replay, guys. We really don't need to replay this one.
No, this is the first blood.
Okay,
as in the mid lane, we do have Artifact in some trouble. On that picture-in-picture, the repel has gone up. That's a very low Renekton. I really wish we were watching this instead. As we do have the Gragas moving in. Doesn't actually get anything done. And
beautiful
this is
from Artifact.
The replay ending.
Artifact just playing it very nicely there. The TP coming in and actually getting him another kill. I think Artifact could have blocked this. Nah, okay, he wasn't close enough to block this. Nah. He tried. He tried to move in front of his jungler, but not quite able to protect him. In the end, yeah, I think if this E lands, he has a shot at another kill. He has red buff to chase him down too, and blue buff for better energy sustain. So I think if he lands another
him.
Oh, they are.
They're giving Pun the Chem-Ken.
Nagia
it's 3 coming up. Yeah, but the Artifact is here as well. Ooh, I think he might have been saved by the minions going down just in time. Pun lives for now.
Yeah, we see the differences between Gum and someone who tries to emulate Gum, in this case Team Secret. Gum would have had 2 waves at the tower. This is one of the specialties of our favorites for the whole split. They are very good at stacking waves and then syncing the wave stack with the dive. So Team Secret tried to do the same here, but there was only 1 wave, so very easy for Pun to just get rid of the wave. Then level 4, DNK really does not want to go under tower with no minions to assist him, so good play from Pun, getting a little bit back in his top lane. He's still in a very bad spot right now, and so is CBL.
Well, good flash. Instantly gets away from the hook and the cocoon. Nothing lands.
Honestly, very strange cocoon to me.
Yeah, why would you throw the cocoon at the same time
Yeah,
as the
that
hook?
was okay. In the end, he flashed the hook, so Zuhao
matter,
does not
but-
get embarrassed by very bad CC chaining. But yeah, let's look out for that the next time, because that was not what we want to see with Elise. Can certainly wait for the Blitzcrank to continue, or to finish his CC, and then you come in with the cocoon. Cerberus very far behind already, and we kind of need to see Yado and Zuhao move together to maybe accelerate bot lane, because I think top lane's a lost cause. Pan in the last 2 series has looked very bad, and he's behind in the counter matchup. Let's just ignore top lane and try to play through Artemis. He's our best player. I want to see more action down there.
He's actually not too far behind. It's equal on kills and equal on CS. It's not in the worst position ever.
Yeah, he's not super far behind, considering... Wow, that was an interesting boomerang.
Yeah, what the hell happened there?
The actual state of the top lane, where he's very far behind when you consider champion matchup and how this is supposed to go. No time for that, though. CBL in trouble again.
Oh, CBL, he's been caught. He's been taken down.
Man, so much action across the rift. DNK fishing for something here. Artifact is a level ahead. Yado posturing super aggressively because he knows his jungler is on his way. And I'm not sure what Team Secret is trying to do, just getting rid of the wave. But Yado can hold this forever.
So there must have been a kill down here. Oh, of course there was in CBL. We saw it. My mistake. Forgive me. My brain is working about as well as Cerberus's, as they did pick up that kill.
Yeah, this was I'm not sure if it was entirely intentional. I hope so. I'll just say it was intentional from Cerberus, because there was a little bit of baiting going on. Ronapi going way too far forward, took a very bad trade to give them a false sense of security and superiority and the 2v2, and CBL was looking for redemption after earlier kills. Instead, he just dies again, or for the first time actually, but he gets aggressed on again, I should say. So
Man. Team Secret's bot lane is having a very bad time.
Well, who cares? It doesn't matter, because their top side is smashing, as we can see again. Nagia going for another plating, but Cerberus has come back and has closed the gold deficit up to only 500. And as I said before, the ADC matchup last game didn't really amount to much for Cerberus, but maybe this time he can show us his Zaya magic.
Maybe. Artemis is always the one we want to watch when it comes to Cerberus. And CBL taken low once again. This bot lane is really a disaster. I think Team Secret does need to do something about this.
It feels like they're really sacking bot lane, but then also bot lane is underperforming. So I don't mind their game plan being very topside focused, especially with Artifact on form today. I think you always want to fight around Artifact if he is on. Because if he's on, he's one of the best mid laners of the VCS. So I can understand the game plan here. Also trying to alleviate some pressure of Nagia in his first ever best of 5 series. But then Slater and CBL just need to be better. They need to be stable enough so that he can ignore bot lane. Because right now they're falling further and further behind. One item to just the Dirk is going to be there soon. No, actually, itemization wise, Slater is still fine here. Actually has quite a little bit of burst to work with.
Oh, Nagia wants to fight this as he hops forward. Probably regrets that one a little bit, but Pun didn't want to take the extended trade against a Meganar. Can't say I blame him. As Nagia going big, taking a shock blast. But Pun is well out of threat range.
Yeah, nothing is happening in the top lane. Jace is not strong enough to really do anything to this Gnar, who rushed the plated seal caps, of course, which makes him very strong in this 1v1 matchup. So let's just not look at the top lane again until the next gank comes in, because there's nothing that is going to happen between those two. Artifact managed to miss the cannon somehow. I'm not sure what his Q did to him there. Very unfortunate. But the game has slowed down for the first time. I feel like the series has slowed down for the first time in ever. And we talked at the start of the first game about implications. There isn't much on the line here. We can certainly look ahead to summer. And once again, I'm getting worried for Cerberus, even though they have clawed their way back decently in this game. Because it feels like whenever the best of 5 hits, they are the choke artists in our league.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit insane how consistently they choke, as we have that little 1-for-1 up on the top side, and we go immediately to a bot lane play as DNK flashes forward, throws the barrel, Rono P in trouble with Artemis, dealing a lot of damage back. And the teleport, Slater incredibly low, He has to flash, and now Yardo arrives, but he can't get close enough. Artemis playing it so well. Blade
Another
Caller
TP.
gets the kill, but another TP. You'll wait, don't you worry. I was aware as Artifact goes in. Rolls forward to get the damage, has that R2 rocked and ready, and it's another teleport. Round and round and round and round we go. As Pun finally arrives, moving forward, wants to get onto CBL, will do it successfully, but he goes under tower, and now Artifact gets a kill, and it's another teleport your way. They can't come in at the same time. It's one by one by one. The marching on for the soldiers as they all come down. Yardo's the current target. He tries to dash away. Nagia nearly has access to the Mega now. He wants to go onto the tower. It's a brilliant flash, but isn't going to be enough. He needs to go Mega now. There's the boulder toss. He doesn't get the Gnar off.
I'll cover
And
this
my
SCP.
jaw is starting to hurt. This is going on too long as Nagia finally falls and the fight finally ends.
What are you talking about fight? We're just playing the game out. This is just standard League of Legends, of course. I love the TPs coming out one by one by one, always waiting for the situation to turn again, then the next teleport comes in, but we have another one and another one. In the end, even Rono-P managed to teleport there by walking, because the fight was just going on even longer. What an
My jaw
it's
genuinely
just
starting to hurt.
insanity. Well, Team Secret come out with a little bit of a play in the mid lane, using the tempo from being the first one on the map again, but Cerberus closed the gold gap. Overall, it's a better play for Cerberus, especially as we can see the gold got funneled into Artemis once again. Last game, he kind of let us down a little bit, also due to his team being very far behind. But let's see if he can finally show us the Zarya and why he's considered the best Zarya player on the server. I want to see him carry this game and go to a game 3, because why would you not want more games of this chaos-style League of Legends?
We always get a game 3. It is a best of 5.
Yeah, fair.
So
Afterwards, okay.
it's alright. Oh my word. The Riftmaker complete for Akali. Artifact has
Nashers.
looked very good so far.
On Elise, I'm very disappointed.
Yeah. That is an interesting decision.
Now, I think he's going... Oh, what happened in top lane? This is where all the TPs came in. No, this is actually the one-for-one trade when Nagia went under tower. Pun, false sense of security. Nicely done from Nagia. And unfortunately, Zohar is around. And Nagia again.
Oh!
Wait.
Yeah, he's going to go in on Pun. Does manage to get the kill, but with the Elise coming in and Artemis arriving, Gal forces forward. And Deja Vu, yeah.
That was the exact same play as a replay, and then it's an official play. Maybe you can chain all the top lane plays together. So replay Nagia again, and then once he's in top lane overextending again, he might trade another one. The endless chain of top lane one for once. This was this was
there
what we
is a
wanted
catch
to
out.
see. This was
And
nice to see
Zuhao.
chaining. There we go.
Zuhao doing well, is starting to get pretty big. This spider looking pretty fat. Marby looking like a delicious meal. Let's have a look at the replay. Don't worry.
So Nagia just way stronger at this point. It's level 10 to level 10, but Meganar has so much base stats, and he has the full wave stacked against Pon as well. So that's just a nice 1v1 kill again. And sadly, every time he does this, Cerberus comes and kills him in return. But on the other side, Pun is now not a champion anymore, as we can see.
No,
He's dead
he
again.
is a glorified minion. Wow. Is Pulse around? As Nagia now getting dove, goes for the hop, stride breaks away from the cocoon. Smooth criminal gets the hell out of there. Well done. Out of the Gnar. It is going to be this inner tower. Should be taken with the next wave coming in. Yeah, easy peasy, but it is still a good escape. But Cerberus are now ahead.
Yeah, it's very good to see their recovery after losing game 1, after looking pretty bad there as well. They put in their main jungler again, or supposedly their sub-jungler, but the jungler they played with all season, and suddenly they look revitalized, coming back after an early goal deficit. It's a little bit of a 4v4 on both sides, considering that Slater doesn't really do anything right now, and on the other side, Pun is not even close to being a champion, so...
I think it loops back around to being a 5v4.
Yeah, maybe. We're going to see. Because Cerberus on the other positions is quite strong, and we have some early game champions like Renekton that just bring a little bit more in early team fights with all their AoE damage, with all their short-range CC that can actually just one-shot an enemy AD carry. So I'm interested to see how this game develops, because Cerberus, looking at later stages of the game, Jace from behind, Elise, Renekton, all those champs don't scale too well into teamfights, but then we have the best Zarya player. So can he 1v9 late-game teamfights, or do we actually try to close the game out before 30 minutes, which would be something Cerberus doesn't really do too often?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Let's look at 2,000 gold difference in the bot lane is brutal. That's more than Cerberus's total gold lead.
Yeah, just
Slato's
like
had a rough series. Yeah, Slato's having a very, very rough series. Has had very little impact on these two cards again. And what do you know? They're coming back for pun. Once again, it's a lovely little gank. Nagia will pick that one up. And
yeah, but was it worth it? Was it worth it? Oh, that was a huge E from Artifact.
Well
Nicely
done.
timed.
And now they've got the collapse.
do you
Nagia
want
is
this?
in that Mega Gnar. Yeah, you hook him in, but he doesn't get the ultimate off. That's just a free kill.
Nicely done. Okay, that was actually good awareness from RMP that he knew, or he didn't know for certain, but he was trusting his teammates that they would be able to follow up on his CC. Very nice flash W there from Yado to secure the kill, and they kill the Mega Gnar. Grabbing a Mega Gnar into your team that has ult and flash available, probably not something you should do later in the game, but at this point you still have the damage to actually one-shot him there. So kill back for Cerberus. They're 2k gold ahead, and Pan is getting killed and camped and destroyed in the side lane, but does it matter? In the end, Cerberus still ahead as a team.
There. And, I mean, Artifacts, I think we can kind of talk a little bit about this, you know. We're in a situation where Yado in playoffs is pretty consistently an issue. He's actually been fine this game. The Renekton's been okay. But his mental in playoffs is pretty bad. While Artifact seems to be the opposite, at least so far in these games. He couldn't do much against Garm. No one on Team Secret did much against Garm. But if we write that one off, he's been a damn good playoff mid laner.
Yeah, the big problem with Artifact has always been his inconsistency, his streakiness. When he's on, he's the best, or one of the best mid laners. Nice CSing there, Artemis, showing us why he's the best AD carry in the VCS. But yeah, Artifact, when he's on, is really good, can compete with DR1 for mechanics, for execution in teamfights, and so on. But then, when he's off, Team Secret just doesn't do anything most of the time, so they've always shown us some really good games, and I've been getting hyped on the first games when they execute in 24 minutes and the game just looks like a major region game of a really good team even. And then they just don't do much for the rest of the season, feels like, so they need to find consistency, especially looking at summer. They need to finally make it to finals again. They didn't even get to finals as Loki, they just won the lower bracket against Flash, so...
Correct.
Yeah, my mistake, but I think Team Secret's goal for summer is Worlds and is Finals, so I think they need to work on their synergy and on consistency. It feels like there's one player every single series that is not playing on his best behavior, or it's not on his best behavior. This time it's Slater, it seems like. Last time maybe it was Artemis, maybe it was the top side as well, with Coated struggling against Kiaya. Last series he got solo killed so many times, so I just want to see Team Secret actually firing on all cylinders and showing us their highest potential.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we always want to see. I think coming into the split, most of us had Team Secret power ranked in the top 3.
Oh, for sure.
And hey, if they win today, we end up being right, but I don't think it was in the manner that any of us expected them to be top 3. I think we expected a lot more out of them. So hopefully this is setting them up for a decent summer, but of course, they are behind in this game too. So Cerberus are still on track to win this one and potentially get their first ever playoff series win, which is just an absolutely absurd statistic.
Oh,
the Repel will be dropping Zuhao down. No, because DNK was very scared there, had to instantly flash away.
Ron very close to actually grabbing Slater over the wall again. Last game he had an amazing grab. Sadly, Artemis got grabbed at the same time. That was their chance to get back into the game, but now we have to judge Cerberus on this composition. Usually they're teamfight gods, but this composition is not very good at teamfighting, so can Artemis shine? There we go.
There he is. He jumps forward, gets straight onto Ron OP. Not really the target they want to use, but it was the target they got. They get the kill, they get the dragon. And now will they get anything more? Zuhao managing to escape. But now Artifact charging forward, using the wall perfectly. Well done, but goes down to the spider. Sure, that's something Marby hates to see. A spider fighting back. And Zuhao now is rounded up, taken down, and made into a meal.
Man, Artifact is smurfing on Cerberus today. Absolutely insane performance so far in the first 2 games. I think this was his first death in this game, and he executed the enemy threat. He was able to single out Artemis and 1v4 into the enemy backline, kill the enemy AD carry. This should open up the map for Secret. They secure a second dragon, but much more importantly, they get the Baron. This turns around the game. Once again, Cerberus staring down. Another game that's slipping out of their control. They've only won 1 game so far in the playoffs. They were supposed to contest GAM for the title. They couldn't be any further away from that.
Yeah, you can say that again. As the Baron falls, Team Secret wearing purple. The gold is now back to pretty much dead even within 100.
And we have to point out Artemis, the MVP contender. He was looking like the best player of the whole league at the start. He didn't flash, and he didn't get away. The engage looks very strange from Team Secret, isolating Ron OP and killing him at the start. But now just look at Artifact, how he one-shots Artemis basically, hits another E. Yeah, honestly, there isn't really an opportunity to flash away from Artemis, so I retract my earlier statement. Once the E hits, you're just dead. You can't really flash away from that one. So either try to flash the E, or I guess just die, which is what ended up happening to him. But he needs to keep an eye on Artifact because he's so strong. He got another big shutdown on Artemis, 850 gold, I believe. So even more items now for the side of Artifact. He can decide to just go solo lane now, or once again team fight into Artemis and try to one-shot him.
Yeah, very true. But you see the player cams, Team Secret looking calm and collected. Looking like they know what's happening. Nigia about to fill this mega bar.
Yeah, now's the time for ARAM, because that's what Team Secret does. But this time they catch someone.
Onto Yado, but he is very tanky. They don't want to go forward. They don't want to go into a corridor against the Cerberus composition. I think that's a good decision, particularly with Nigia now exhausted.
Look at the bot lane wave. Just send Nigia there. You have Baron buffs. You can pressure the mid lane. You have 2 TPs. And
beautiful. From downtown.
And now, once again, Team Secret on the first Baron doesn't do anything. I hate this execution from them for the first Baron. At least they get a tower in top lane because they finally decided to play a little bit of 4-1. They could have played 1-3-1 with double TP available with 2 super strong solo laners and pushed waves. The wave was actually perfect to just go to bot lane for Nagia. Instead, he just dances around to mid lane aimlessly without any real purpose. And instead, they only get 1 tower. Cerberus thwarts the whole approach from the Baron. In the end, we're back to even. Gold is very close still, and IE is coming in from Artemis.
It is basically always a mistake to just mill around in a lane against a Blitzcrank, because he just needs to get lucky once.
Yeah, that's very true. And
if you just mill around in front of him, you give him more and more chances to get lucky. And he got lucky and he killed CBL.
And there was absolutely no need for them to just stand there in front of the minions. You don't need 4 people there. And even if you want to force the teamfight, which, why would you want to force the teamfight if you can just push towers from the first Baron? That's a mistake in itself. Nagia exhausted, so Team Secret not really looking for an engage, I would think. But it seems like they are disagreeing with me.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of CC was on cooldown, but Pun does land a good shock blast into DNK. So this Gragas is a little bit scary. Of course, it is the AP Gragas.
Oh, the grab.
The special, that's a thresh hook. They want to get revenge, but Ron OP managing to make a lot of distance up. Gets very far away. And now Yado in the backline. He's on top of DNK, forcing flashes. And Cerberus are fighting back well.
Yeah, this time much more close-knit in their formation. They are keeping Artemis safe. Artemis not overextending to auto attack. I don't think he has gotten a single auto attack off, but as long as he lives, that's all that matters. Nagia building up his rage bar. He is ready to fight. And Artemis, Artifact on the other side. Look at the flank.
Oh, This is an interesting flank, but he's incredibly low. The Sakali can't really do much. Nagia goes forward, can't get the Gnar as Pun flashes over the wall. Now Team Secret have to be a little bit worried about their health bars. Artifact just pushes the wave out. Ron OP is low, but that's only a Blitzcrank. Nagia, no Narbar. He's exhausted at the moment. A hook is thrown by CBL. It doesn't land, but DNK moves in and gets the dragon. It's just sloppy out of Cerberus. Artifact goes too far, though.
Artifact,
sorry, that was Slater. That was Slater. Now Artifact is going in. He's big, but he gets Blade called. Artemis playing it well. He gets away on 100 health. There's a double kill for the Akali. Artifact moving in. Doesn't hit the E onto Yado, though. Ends up pushing himself further out of the fight. DNK bearing down on Artemis. Gets the smite, gets the barrel, gets the Zaya. And now Yado's in trouble. His stride is broken. Artifact over the wall. Oh my god, CBL. What the hell did you just do? As Yado is desperately trying to get something back. He can't. He gets shut down. Artifact moves forward. But Zuhao will scuttle to safety.
And that's another one team fight for Team Secret against the Team Fight Kings, against Cerberus. Cerberus just not showing up today, and Team Secret is very close to moving to a 2-0 game lead, securing their third position after struggling all season to even get to playoffs. That would be a huge boon for this team. And it seems like Slater is the worst performing player today, once again overextending on his famous Kai'Sa. He has done this so many times. I've criticized him so many times on this, but this time it's a little bit of a decoy, flying into the back line and everyone is focusing him down, but then Artifact from the other side, isolating Artemis. Artifact against Artemis is the big matchup today, and Artifact getting the better of him every single time.
That they are. And this is now very difficult for Cerberus. It may only be that 3k gold lead, but I struggle to see what their win conditions are at this point outside of the 1v9 by Artemis. But that gets harder and harder when you have a very strong Akali and a fairly strong Gragas bearing down on you. Even with that Featherstorm, that's so difficult to navigate.
Oh, for sure. And Team Secret has full reign of the whole, full control of the whole territory here around Baron. I say that, but honestly, the vision setup isn't the greatest. We see CBL. Then engage.
Hook lands, they go in. There's an instant teleport. Slater jumps forward. The 1-for-1. Pun now trying to get out of there. It is. It's Artifact and Nagia linking up perfectly. Zuhao is the next target. He manages to get away.
Who is this mid laner? Where is he coming from?
Where has he been all split?
This performance is just absolutely stunning from Artifact. He's playing like the best mid laner by far in this league. What is happening today? All his execution. This was a blind pick. How was the champion called again? My bad. Akali, of course. A blind pick Akali from Artifact, and he is showing us that this might need to be banned later on. Yado had a decent laning phase, but Artifact getting kill after kill after kill, chaining the gold together, getting all the big items, and executing Artemis, the big opponent on the other side, every single fight. Another Baron. We are looking at Soul Point as well. Team Secret should have this in the bank.
That they should, and I do want to just sort of rein things in a little bit. Actually, we'll do it after this replay. As it starts with a hook.
It's just the face-off of the two hook champions every single time. They go down first, and then this Nagia setup into Artifact burst. There's nothing Artemis can do. He had ult available, so maybe a split second earlier, but it was a very good flash engage from Nagia, so hard to react to from Artemis with no flash available, just the ultimate to dodge. Not sure what Team Secret is doing. Look at the timer, 1 minute, 20 seconds still left, so you don't actually have to be in this pit right now. DNK?
DNK, he's just having fun. He's vibing. He's just disassociating a little bit. You'll love to see it. Gragas just having a good time. Making sure they have the vision set up. It is very early.
Go to the top lane, Artifact. Please. Your TP is up. Go to top lane.
Oh, there's a hook coming in, but he's about to go mega. He will never, though. As Nagia just insta-dies. I think he should have gone to the top lane.
Why is this happening every single time? Now they give Cerberus a way back into the game. They delay another Baron. Artifact just aimlessly wandering around the map. And also wondering where all his teammates have gone, especially the top laner. 34 seconds, so he should be able to rejoin his team at the dragon fight. But once again, the Baron doesn't do anything. We're just here for the dragon. I hate this from Team Secret.
Oh, and Pun's dead. Why was Pun there?
Yeah, good question. Yado trying to go for the engage on
Zuhao
Slater.
moving forward, has actually got a lot of damage down onto CBL. He's in the middle of the enemy team. They're actually just not hitting him as Yado is getting
Artifact.
chunked, has the GA. Artifact in the back line, he gets Blade Call and he puts the smoke down. He goes gold. He has to try and find a way out as Yado cleans up Slater. Artifact can't get close enough to trade back onto the Crocodile. So Team Secret, thanks for sitting in the Dragon Pit for a minute and a half. Now the damn thing has spawned and you've lost the fight.
And Na is coming in from the side. And Nagia desperately trying to build
DNK
Snarbar.
flies over the wall. He goes gold immediately. There was a repel. The lantern's under him. I don't think he can click it, though. He goes down. Artemis will get that first kill. And now they're moving forward. Artifact, so much damage. Nagia converts it to a kill. Zuhao should be hunted down. And on the other side, it was Yado on the Renekton getting turned into a handbag. Triple kill for Nagia. And this is going to be Ocean Soul.
I am blown away by the solo lanes from Team Secret. I have no idea where these two players have been all split. Artifact has some glimpses. He actually got a lot of MVP points from us for individual game performances, but this is the first time he's showing up at this level and with this consistency. Nagia also stepping up huge in the team fights. Very nicely done there, getting the crucial last hit on Artemis as well. Once again, I have to say, I think this game should be in Team Secret's favor every single time, but they are struggling to close the games. We are 32 minutes in, and there's always the possibility of Artemis just 1v9ing the game. IE is ready, next items being built. Artemis is the one to keep your eyes on.
This is a 9-1 Akali your way. That is intense. Artifact, truly looking like an artifact, a relic in this game. A real valuable one as well.
Not only does he have insane amounts of damage and access into the backline whenever he chooses to go there, he also has 2 stopwatches for the next team fight. So how do you even kill him? How do you even attack him?
You don't.
Artifact, I really like his itemization here, going for the highest damage. Maybe not the highest burst build possible. I think there's a Lichbane possibility too, to get even more damage of 1 engage. But then also to make it so hard to lock him down, pin him down. There's a lot of CC on the enemy team, but as long as he is able to dodge and go back into invisibility, back into stasis, back into invisibility, dodge around with his ability, with his mobility, he should be fine and not falling to any of the attempts from the enemy team.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Artifact would have to kind of try and die in the next fight. Honestly, if he manages to die in the next fight and they don't get aced, there's, you know, a bit of a report in that one. But somehow I don't see that happening.
95% crit though for Artemis. He's very close to that 100.
He's strong.
He deals a lot of damage.
Strong.
He dishes out a lot of feathers, and those hurt. And the Blade Caller is going to one-shot almost everyone on the enemy team. Maybe not Nagia, but it's getting close. So you still have to be a little bit apprehensive of the potential of Artemis's maybe best champion.
So far, definitely looking like his best champion. This is pretty incredible. As move forward, the barrel thrown out. I'm aware I got my arters mixed up there. We're gonna ignore it.
He's looking pretty good as well. He has been outperformed by Artifact for sure, consistently this whole series. He's still the strongest member on Cerberus though. This game I think you can definitely point to Yado and Zuhao in the early game and the early mid game as well, where they have been able to find engages. To be fair though, it's Renekton Elise. They are supposed to find those. It's pretty easy on these champions, so my question coming into late game was, how do they team fight with this composition? Super short ranged, not the best team fighting champions in any position, especially jungle and also support. So it all has to come from Artemis. And right now Artemis doesn't even win a 1v1 against the strongest enemy member. So how can he hope to 1v5? We have to see.
Yeah. He kind of needs to be Santa and his elves, and they need to get something done, even if they can't carry Christmas by themselves. As the Baron dance is continuing on, and of course there is always the miracle of Blitzcrank. Just landing the hook, landing the miracle hook that can turn everything around. But with Baron started, Cerberus need to find an answer, and they need to find it now.
Sadly for them, the time has passed where you can just grab Nagia into his team, because I think Nagia... Oh no, he did!
Well, he just grabs Nagia. He's trying to get into that Megaform, manages it. He wants to move forward and get that Na in. He hasn't managed it yet. He goes forward onto Artemis, forces the Feather Storm. That's almost good enough. Putting that on cooldown. The Team Secret, they won't be continuing.
Look at the side lanes. Team Secret is always pushing on side lanes into a decent position to apply pressure. Oh, no time for that though.
Onto the Blitzcrank, into the big barrel, hits all 5. There's the first kill though, it's Artifact, he goes down! He managed to die your way, we jinxed him! Yado over the wall, finds CBL, there's a hook, it only lands onto Pun, that's not good enough. He manages to get a kill, but Slater, he's finally activated, forward he goes, he's about to get this triple kill, he can get this last auto attack, he manages and he's charging forward!
Penta?
And now, Artemis incredibly low, I don't think he's going to get the Penta purely because... No, this is going to be the Penta! There it is, the Quadra is secured, the stun, the Pentakill, and Slater out of nowhere says no! Team Secret is Team Slater!
From the most impossible of situations for this AD carry to pick up a pentakill, he makes it work. He's a mid laner, carrying the whole game, 35 minutes of insane gameplay from Artifact, and then he fumbles the team fights. Gets locked down, doesn't get to flash, doesn't get to activate his stopwatches, just goes down, and they have to rely on Slater. And he slowly has built up his items. He's on 4 items himself, so he can actually deal a lot of damage to Slater with the pentakill. What a performance. Team Secret, 3rd Baron. Maybe this time they can actually manage waves. I don't quite believe so, but let's see. And how did Slater get all these kills? Artemis zoned away from the fight immediately. I have to keep your eyes on DNK, by the way. His re-engage on Artemis is what wins the backhand of the fight, in my opinion. Here, Artemis ready to chase into the jungle, and now with DNK, level 16, so much damage. Great. And then Artemis has to flash away. He can't get close to any of the bruises on the other side. They're investing a lot to give the pentakill over. This could have actually been the kill for Nagia. He has a little bit more damage, but luckily enough, we see the first pentakill of playoffs.
And it goes to the ADC that I don't think we expected it to. We have been talking about that Slater has not been good enough, but, well, when you put your team on the back like that, doesn't matter how you've been the rest of the time. You're looking damn good now. Nagia and Yado having a little bit of a noodle fight on the other side, but now they're going to collapse onto Nagia. He is in that mega form, but Artemis doesn't care. Artemis will cut this tree down. He is a logger. As the Elder Dragon is on the menu. Nagia goes back, has the teleport.
You can threaten the inhibitor. Why are you going there?
Oh, he got hooked. He goes gold. There's a lantern there. He needs to try and find a way out. Manages to find it. Gets a shield.
Oh, the damage!
Oh, look at the damage. Artemis is dead. And in goes Slater. He'll get another kill, as will Artemis. Artifact, I apologize, as Nagia now running forward. He wants to squish the spider, get Marby his lunch. And there it is. DNK gets the kill. The spider is dead. And I think Cerberus will soon be following.
And in the most ignorant macro game I've ever seen, Team Secret needs 3 Baron buffs to finish the game, but they didn't do anything with either of these Baron buffs. It was all about dragon fights. Okay, cool move from Ronapi, not quite enough. DNK and the last 2 team fights smurfed this game, honestly. He was so impactful, posing such a huge threat for the
54 kills.
54 kills, as you said, and another questionable performance from Cerberus. Team Secret 2-0 ahead. Will we see more? I'm not quite sure.
Well, we will see at least one game more. This is a best of 5 to determine who will be coming 3rd in the VCS. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the VCS English Analyst Desk to see if they can wade through the blood and the gore to try and pick apart whatever analysis they can find. Good luck, guys. We'll be back then. Don't go anywhere.
And we are.
Welcome back to the VCS analyst desk, or at least as we assume ourselves to be, since obviously only one of us, the biggest of chefs in the entire world, the 5-star Michelin chef himself, the only one who got things right outside of Rakan, who we never are supposed to doubt. My name is Fox alongside Mobby and, of course, Clockwork. Mobby, I'll just come to you because I think it's more important to get your perspective on things. What?
Top diff.
Top diff, jungle diff, mid diff,
Top
AD
diff.
Top
Solo killed Jace 3 times. 3 times!
3 times.
You can, Artifact put up good numbers, Slater got a pentakill, whatever. It was all top diff. Pun was not a player. Pun did not play that game. You could have put a potato up there and it would have performed just as well. It probably would have helped because it wasn't feeding as much. And it would have been harder for Team Secret to pick up gold. That's how useless Pun was.
Yeah. Now let's take a moment and actually observe, because the beginning of the game wasn't too horrible, right, Mobby? Because there was a time when CES actually looked relatively competitive. We have a short snippet here that you're going to be able to see at least at one point when they were competitive, ahead in gold, and maybe this composition could have found some success.
Yeah, if you look across at this, you see pretty much very nice score lines across the board, but you get up to the top lane, it's 2-7. And so this team fight is where it turns around. We see Pun was forced out. He's coming in very late, and Zhu Hao is already pretty much out of the fight. So they've already exhausted so much from the side of Cerberus that they are in just a really bad position. They honestly shouldn't even be trying to fight this. They have no real reason to. But they just get hyphy, they try too much, and Ron OP, who was a big part of the CC, gets removed instantly and lets Artifact just access this backline and do so much damage to Artemis. He's split off from all the CC, there's no one who can counter Artifact, and so he just blows up the AD carry, and then with that done, sure, he dies in the process, but the fight's won. Artemis is the main carry, Yado's completely on the wrong side of the map. That's a win. The gold has gone from 2k in the lead for Cerberus. It's going to go back to even with a Baron pickup, and then it's just a nice run from there for Team Secret.
All right. Now let's get a first off. I'm just going to get a reading really quickly of about 5 digits. I think is where we're approaching with IQ coming out of our huge chef here on my left here on the screen. As Clockwork, is it blind obedience to Secret that led you to this prediction? Are you just the greatest analyst of all time? Did you pay off Rakan to tell you what the prediction should have been ahead of time? Did you try to give him some of the pancake or the flour that you needed? What exactly? How is it that you predicted so amazingly that this whole squad would just pop off across the board?
It's just let's rename it the analyst kitchen at this point, because to answer this question, I brought some of the goods later here, and this is what really makes me perform at the analyst desk. I know that last week I predicted Cerberus to win against Buffalo, but it was all saving my performance for now. And yeah, I echo what Mobby has said with the top lane interaction was really, really harsh for the Pun. But also Artifact, he's having a monster series. He performed well during the regular split and earned a lot of player of the games, player of the weeks. He was a very outstanding mid laner. But this series, he is surpassing himself, and he is literally piggybacking the whole team on his shoulders. And I really, really want another game like this. It can be a very, very solid 3-0. What a statement.
That can. We're getting closer to that aspect. We are going to get a chance to break down here for you, Mr. Clockwork, the final fight of the game, where this game was absolutely solidified. As CES just continued to flounder again and again, not able to find a fight, whether it was Artifact or Slater or anybody taking fights. You're going to get a chance to show us why this last fight went so heavily in their favor.
Yeah, so here you can see already Team Secret has the perfect flanks all around Cerberus. Cerberus are a bit indecisive. They try to attack one flank in Nagia, but they can't. They don't have enough damage. Nagia recalls, resets, has the teleport to find another flank. Here Cerberus has an occasion to contest the Elder. The hook is nice, but Artifact with a stopwatch completely stops the action. And here comes a massive barrel from DNK and the hook from CBL that disrupt. The fight is completely split from Cerberus, and they are forced to run away, and the Elder is at the feet of Secret. They Cerberus just, that was the last straw. They had very few options with how good was Team Secret flanking their position around the river. The planning was great on Secret's behalf, and this looks like Secret really studied their opponent carefully and accurately, and they are pulling off these strategies specifically to counter Cerberus, and this is amazing to see for a Secret fan, of course.
Okay. Well, coming into game 3, all right, Mobby, I'm going to task you with something that seems impossible right now. You've seen Zhuhao. We haven't seen any other substitutions. Is there anything Cerberus can do, barring just like an absolute miracle or just like a Team Secret suddenly like closing match? Is there anything they can do specifically to find themselves a way to get back into this series at least one game at a time, try to pull us into a game number 4?
So I feel like your red side draft option isn't working out very well. You might be better off just swapping over to that blue side, giving yourself the first pick, maybe get yourself the Kaiser, maybe opening yourself up to a better power pick. I think you had the option to go for the Hecarim or the Thresh, and you've just not been taking these power picks. You've gone like Renekton was your only big power pick across these past 2 series, and you've sent it into the mid lane where it's not really that strong. It can be effective, but it's not the superstar like it is in the top lane. So your draft needs to change completely. Go back to standard, back to formula. Just keep it normal. Keep it normal. No more weird shit.
The usual recipe. Don't try anything fancy.
Yeah.
Just get your stomach full.
Just get your stomach full. All right, Mr. 5-star Michelin Big Chef over there. How is it that Team Secret cleanly closes out the series despite the efforts of Cerberus? Let's say they do switch sides, end up on red side. What's the game plan here to try to attack the opposition and make sure that this comes out as a clean 3-0?
So seeing how Nagia performed in a disadvantage matchup in the top lane, I'm at this point. First, I suggested that they should give counterpick or comfort or attention to the top lane, but that isn't even required. So just focus on another lane, get bot lane, and stop Artemis from being involved in the game altogether. That way, you will have 3 winning lanes, and there's going to be very little the servers can do to stop you.
All right, well, we're kicking off draft for game number 3, and as Bobby had predicted properly, CES has decided that red side simply will not work for them being the red team, so instead they're going to swap over to blue side, get themselves some of the priority picks, and you're seeing immediately some champions taken off the board that they've had some problems with the Kali and the Silas taken out of the pool of Artifact already. Team Secret able to ban away some of the meta stuff. The Rel and the Udi are both taken off the board.
And really, they are just diving hard into targeting Artifact. That said, is also somewhat of an Artifact ban. It's pretty flexible between him and CBL. So I can only imagine they're gonna be looking to pick up whatever is left open by Team Secret. If it's the Tristana or the Seraphine. I think, alright, with this, you should just be picking up the Tristana for Artemis. It has a super high 1v9 potential. Or you can go for Seraphine. That's also a very valid pick. It's been banned these last two games, and
this I really like. I really like this on Secret side because leaving the power picks open means that you're going to trade them. Cerberus went for the Seraphine. This means that the Tristana is open, and they can go for the strategy of punishing the bot lane as much as possible. Probably with the kill lane even, Tristana and maybe another aggressive support. Yeah, that can really work for Secret. I hope they do that. Olaf also very early aggressive jungler. I think Secret went for this early jungle pick because Cerberus probably wants to try and pinch DNK's pool again. So to avoid ending up on a C tier support jungler pick, they went for the Olaf as early as possible.
You can also assume it's going to be a Seraphine mid with Rono P playing, so I think taking away that mid jungle duo is very good. But this Lucian pick, I guess, yes, it's a direct answer to the Seraphine, but I don't think that was going to be taken away. You could have just locked the Tristana or the Thresh. And Cerberus just decide they hate playing properly and pick the Aphelios. Yes, it's good with Thresh, but you could have just picked Jinx if you wanted that sort of style. You could have gone Tristana and just put Team Secret in a very uncomfortable position. And now they can just go Jinx Braum if they really want to and completely ruin your day.
Okay, so we are ignoring the Tristana altogether.
Yeah,
Fine. Fine.
All right. Well, you know, we're deep in the series. Maybe Tristana's just not preferable for either of these ADCs. I don't know how that's possibly the case, but here we are. We're in 11-6. We're still giving up Tristana. As I will come back to at least one point that was made, Mobby. 3 bans, Akali and Set both really good into Lucian. I think CES might have been trying to set up a mid-Lucian flex potentially for Yato, so I do respect that TS might have been reading onto that. I don't think it was perfect with Seraphine, because then you have to put it in the bot lane, but it is something to at least have considered as they snag that one away. As you have said, also Jinx has been set up. So what is our expectation for the back half of this draft? Heavy team fight presence here for CES. 2 multi-target carries that are capable of doing a lot of things and a lot of healing. On the opposite side, the Jinx, the Lucian for the laning dominance, and Olaf very early aggression. What is our expectation for the remainder of what we're seeing here from these two teams?
I expect to see a Braum ban continue to target out the protection for the Jinx. The Blitzcrank, they really just don't want to give that Thresh counter over. But even though I don't think it's really what the way to go for Team Secret, they have so much they can work with. Alistair, not really a CBL champ, but it's an option as well.
So
I don't know if I like this.
Yeah, I'm for sure not liking this. I said that Team Secret should try to attack the bot lane, and Cerberus actually managed to put them in quite a hard spot. The Thresh Felix is really safe, and Jinx just basically wants to scale as much as possible. So I'm not sure of what Team Secret's strategy is. Also very much an AD heavy composition. I'm still surprised that Tristana got ignored, but still, we're going with the Volibear, good for dives, and Cerberus has a very teamfight focused composition with the Seraphine, with the Aphelios, with the Volibear already. So they definitely are going back to standard. Team Secret, however, I'm not sure if their game plan for Game 3 matches what they did so far.
Wait and see what it is that CES is going to round this. Oh wow, they're going really heavy into team fight composition. Bobby, what's the final? Oh, never mind. We're getting over here at least. This doesn't matter. It's going to be Mordekaiser. Okay.
I really like this because there's one damage threat on the side of Cerberus, and that is the Artemis. If you just take the Artemis out into the Death Realm and 1v1 him there, you're fine. That means you have four members of Cerberus standing around going, "We don't do anything. You took our guy. You took our guy. Can we go home?" And I think they will be going home. I think there's definitely opportunities for Cerberus to come to win this game. They have a very strong 5v5 team fight, but if Nagira is able to get on top of Artemis at all, if Artemis dies, it's just donezo. It's all on Artemis.
Clockwork, let's get your thoughts on that prediction also.
Okay, I'll provide the flip side to this, is that it's really hard for Team Secret to actually put damage against a Seraphine and 2 really beefy tanks. So it will be tough for Secret to win the team fights when they have 2 early game champions such as the Olaf and the Lucian that later in the game, also the Mordekaiser, don't do that much. So they will have a single carry composition as well.
Quick predict.
Yes, great.
I'm gonna say Cerberus.
I just want to say Lucian's damage scales fantastically, especially up against tanks. So Team Secret should have this 3-0.
Interesting. Another split desk yet again, as we'll hand it back to Everyday and Yulwei for setting up game number 3.
And it is, as Marby pointed out, a battle of the Lunari Assassin. Can he avoid being sent to Octum Nocti, dragged to the Death Realm? And can Artemis get Cerberus over the line and make sure they don't go down 3-0? Because he has a lot on his plate. Two of the gods of the Freljord are here to help him out, though.
But they hate each other, right? That's what you told me last time. So.
They hate it. Well, I don't know if Ornn hates Volibear, but Volibear hates Ornn.
Oh, okay.
And Ornn doesn't really give a shit.
Okay. So last time we saw the two together, it worked decently well. I really liked this Mordekaiser last week. They were very much focused on this champion as well. They immediately locked it in. There was almost no hesitation. So I definitely agree with some of the points Marby raised. If you eliminate Artemis from the team composition, then there's no damage whatsoever. So even though Seraphine with tanks is a super strong setup to have a solo carry, well, if the carry is not there, then you really are starved for damage. So I'm generally not the biggest fan of Aphelios. I think he's one of the most overrated champions in the game right now when it comes to pro play. So maybe they can prove me wrong. Maybe it's time for Artemis to hard carry a game, but I don't really see it, especially after the first two games.
My one thing is, I think Marby made a very good point that this is a good Mordekaiser pick. You bring the Aphelios into the Death Realm. However, there's two issues with it. One is Quicksilver Sash exists. And two, Aphelios kills Mordekaiser in the Death Realm really easily, as Ron OP takes a lot of damage. That's a heal forced early.
We have seen this every single game. The bot lane... Oh, never mind. The bot lanes are switched. We have seen this every single game, but usually Cerberus' bot lane has gotten out ahead from the early trades. So this time, it's a good sign already. And here we go.
Ron OP flashing forward with the Flay. There's the onslaught. That red gun getting a lot of damage. But now Ron OP's going to die. That gets Slater excited. Gets him first blood. He does have access to the flash, but doesn't even pull the trigger. It's 1-for-1, but Slater got first.
It's disaster. Now DNK for the counter gang. Can they get Slater even further ahead? This is Team Secret's way to win this game.
Slater does not have chompers. He just hit level 3, so now he has chompers. But he doesn't manage to get the lockdown onto Artemis. Now he needs to get over there and help DNK, or DNK is going to be in some trouble. But Cerberus don't want to extend the play. Oh, I can't blame them, because that's a teleport in from the Lucian. Artemis going low, but gets the shield. The red gun, incredibly clutch, as now Zhu Hao charging forward, gets the shield from the Seraphine, but there it is, the crits from the Lucian. They are desperately trying to kill Artemis. They succeed. They kill the Seraphine as well, and it's 3 kills in the bot lane, and Team Secret 2k gold ahead at 4 minutes.
What is happening in these games? Why do we have 4 or 5 kills at 4 minutes every single time? So the big problem here in the first engage is the heal is already gone and Ronopi is flashing forward. So if you focus down level 2 Thresh, he's a very squishy champion. Aftershock abates here, so he just goes down. Very nice standoff there from Slater, just not moving at all, not getting grabbed. And that's a kill for the AD carry, for a kill on the jungler. So that's actually an advantageous trade for Team Secret to start it off with. DNK, I don't think he gets level 4. Yeah, no, he doesn't get level 4 here. He's really trying to get to the wave to get level 4, but instead he's just fighting Zhu Hao. And at this point, Cerberus is actually in a decent position, but then TPs come in, as we see every single time. And there's only one way. It's forward all the time. Artifact, he has been amazing this whole series, and once again, good positioning, very nice flash forward, isolates Artemis, and actually ignores his opponent mid laner to go on top of the enemy AD carry. We have another grip.
Yeah, Nagia's in a lot of trouble. He's not level 6, cannot Death Realm himself out of here. We'll go down. Zhu Hao getting one back.
Good punish from Cerberus, and so far all these games have been first action goes to Team Secret, then Cerberus strikes back a little bit, but in the end Team Secret better in team fights, so let's see how much Cerberus can recover. 1.5k gold behind an Artifact, the biggest carry today, the best mid laner, maybe even the best, yeah, I'd say pretty easily the best player on the Rift today, is once again far ahead, and I agree with Marby's point there as well. We have actually seen quite a lot of solo carry Lucian performances across the globe. He's not that much focused on the early game anymore. He can hard carry team fights as well. So let's see what Artifact can show us in game 3.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as he's going to move in. Should be able to secure a tower plate here. But, oh, what the hell happened?
Slater.
How
And now
has
Cerberus.
that just happened?
It's time for them to strike back.
And Nagia, yeah, he flashes too early. Too late, I should say, as Zuhao still gets the stun. And they pick up the kill, and somehow we are back to even games.
Somehow. Every single game has been an early game fiesta. These games, I said in the first game, maybe not played with the highest amount of seriousness, and I think we can definitely see both teams being very bloodthirsty, looking for kills, looking for outplays. Once again.
Here we go. Rono P took a tower shot there, but
Slater's
they don't have
here.
Slater. He's finally arrived. The zap will land, and now there should be undertows, pulling Artemis down to the depths. As the choppers come out, he's got to step around them. He obviously can't. He is taken out.
And you can hear
Takes a third.
You can hear Artemis screaming from Vietnam to wherever you live, because that is the most tilting thing that can ever happen to an AD carry. You win a 2v2, you outplay your lane opponent, you have been better the last 2 games, but you lost somehow because your team is griefing you, and then the enemy Jinx just walks back into lane, their junglers, their support engages first, and the Jinx just stands there and says, "Thank you very much for a 3rd kill. I've been the worst AD carry on the day, but it doesn't matter because I'm now 3-1 and 2 and will scale into late game."
That he will. He's finally off the Kai'Sa. Shockingly enough, when Slater stops picking Kai'Sa, he looks a whole lot better. So let's have a replay of Slater just presumably getting greedy. Oh, good play by Rono P.
Yeah, they realize that Rakan is not here. Well, we don't want to see that grab, but honestly, it doesn't matter. Yeah, like wherever he grabs, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to land. Actually, landing the grab could take away the kill from Artemis. So that I don't
big
mind
brain.
this
It
at
was
all.
intentional. Oh, Artifact in a lot of trouble. The Encore, the Stormbringer, lived up to its name, as that is a shutdown. Artemis taken out.
Beautiful
Artifact,
combo.
sorry.
Beautiful
Taken out.
combo from the two of them. Even from Vision, but in the end, the kill goes to Zuhao, which can be a little bit of a boon for them, because now they have a bruisery jungler, especially coming into the mid stages of the game, where he doesn't go full tank yet, or where his base damage is still kind of relevant. Interesting follow-up there. But yeah, so now the Volibear is the big point of strength for Cerberus, so they can play mostly through top lane and top side as a whole with this strong jungler.
Yep, as Artemis is going to go farm up some Krugs. They want to get this Aphelios. They need to get as much farm into him as possible, as he does actually have a very slight one-wave farm lead over Slater. So despite the kill difference, he's doing his best to keep himself relevant. And actually, due to reset timing, he's actually stronger right now. So Slater needs to be careful that he doesn't catch himself not pressing tab.
And DNK now looking for a dive. They have a wave coming in. It's only one wave, so might be able to do something about this one with a lot of wave clear. Flamethrower is here. Look at Lucian. He's moving down. Volibear is on his way too. This can be a huge fight.
DNK reveals himself. Ron OP very split. There is the Ragnarok. Artifact has arrived. The rocket funks in. Does a lot of damage onto Artemis, but not enough. Lethal damage is not dealt. It will be merely tower plate secured. As Team Secret begin to back off. Slater, don't get greedy. He's out of there.
For the first time today, Team Secret's bot lane is dominating. Maybe not because of 2v2, but overall they are winning the fights in bot lane. And Slater this time around ahead in CS, or even in CS, and a lot of gold funneled into him. He should be able to go to Noon Quiver plus Pickaxe here, so a lot of burst damage. Good escape from the side of Cerberus, but they invested a TP from Yado nonetheless. So now Artifact with a TP advantage. Pan and Nagia have their TPs available soon, so we are ready for another 4v5 in the bot lane.
That we are. Let's see if they want to pull the trigger on it. There's 20 seconds on the dragon, and they're heading up to Nagia. And it's a Mordekaiser. He should be able to Death Realm one of them. Probably needs to be Ron OP for him to have a chance of a kill. He's not going to have any hope. He doesn't even press the button. He goes down, and this is the weakness of the Mordekaiser pick.
Yeah, you should be able to react to those plays a little bit better. You can see, though, the vision clearly set up to play around bot side. Very far advanced vision line on the bot side for Team Secret. Nothing on the top side. One single lonely control ward in the tri-bush.
I mean, the issue here, and this is sort of the thing with Mordekaiser, is that unless you're ulting under tower, okay, he gets Ron OP, and maybe he gets the 1-for-1. He still dies,
Yeah,
and
I mean, but the 1-for-1 is good enough, so...
It's good enough, but I don't know. That's why my problem with the Mordekaiser pick. And I'm not one to complain about a Mordekaiser. As the tower falls and Pun, they're trying to get onto him. That should be an easy one. Sent straight over to Slater, his bank account getting even heavier.
Every time Cerberus try to invest some money into Artemis, Slater just gets some freebie on the other side of the map. He's going to get a few plates too. To be fair, Artemis, 2 towers in the top lane, actually a lot of plate gold single-handedly going to his pocket. So he should actually be ahead in gold now, or even with Slater. I think champion power level, I'd say Jinx a little bit stronger on even gold compared to this champion. Aphelios, I am really not a big fan, but maybe he can show us why they picked Aphelios here. It's all the Aphelios carry comp. They have been building Artemis carry comps the last 2 games as well, and fallen flat. So once again, the onus is on this MVP number 2 candidate. To show us his worth and maybe start the reverse sweep. I would be ready for one.
It'd be fun, don't get me wrong. It's a long way to go, though. But gold dead even. This game, definitely still on the table, too. Very big ADCs with a lot of gold. Artemis with a hell of a lot of help as well. His entire team comp built to keep this Aphelios going.
Actually dead even between the two.
Dead even, yeah.
So all the investment from Cerberus just to get even gold in the bot lane, I don't think that's enough. They need to bring him a little bit more further ahead, especially if you look at other positions. Mid lane comes to mind, where more than a 1k gold lead in favor for Artifact. Of course, he's going to need more items, don't get me wrong. It's actually important for Lucian to be ahead, because he needs more items to scale and deal damage. Seraphine can work on 2 items, on 3 items, doesn't really matter. Artemis needs to flash.
CBL moving forward, does get that flash as you said. Very well done. Now the flamethrower getting to work on the wave. Just clearing it out. They pushed forward. Yardo with a good binding. That's the Moonlight Vigil used. It wasn't even close to hitting Slater.
Yeah, I don't mind it too much. Just fish for him. It's a very useless ultimate, so just see if you can land the pink one.
Purple Moonlight Vigils.
Yeah, indeed.
That's the best one.
It's a budget Varus ult, but Artifact...
Ooh, Artifact dealing a lot of damage with the culling from the side. Zuhao now been chunked. Running through this choke is so dangerous against the Encore. It's used, but it doesn't get enough done. That's now on cooldown. Team Secret free to press forward, but there's nothing to really press forward for.
Both teams ready to fight. It seems like both teams also a little bit indecisive, not quite wanting to be the first ones to make a mistake in this game. Of course, it's important. If Team Secret wins the next fight, I think just from mental advantage, from how the series has been going, for how all the playoff matches have been going for Cerberus, I think Cerberus is probably done for. But if they win a big fight here, the doubts are going to creep in for Secret. Can we actually close out the series? Their playoff runs haven't been the most successful either, so... Both teams struggling for success, and today would be the day to redeem themselves to some extent.
Yeah, for sure. As Nagia continuing to try and farm up, is even in farm, has his Rift Maker, but of course, still 0-3. This Mordekaiser has a long way to go to be relevant. At the moment, the best he can do is make it a 4v4 for about 10 seconds.
So, which enemy champion do you actually ult here? I know later on in the game it's definitely going to be Artemis, and probably going to force a QSS from Artemis as well. But right now, I'm not actually sure. Maybe
Seraphine.
you focus Zuhao.
I think it's Seraphine.
Yeah, maybe before she ults. If you can get her before she ults, Artemis has no flash.
They go in. It's a lot of damage onto Artemis, but the Lantern does get him far enough. I think it's the Seraphine because she's the easiest one to kill. As Pun goes forward, this is a lot of damage. Nagia needs to go into the Death Realm. Has done. Not sure who he's in there with. He's in there with Pun. It's a 1-for-1 on the outside though, as Nagia trying to bear down on Pun. He doesn't manage to do it. He's just too
that's a
tanky.
long
It's a
way with
good
the
death
damage.
grasp on him. They pull it around. There's the rocket. Slater's excited, firing in. Pun's going to be the next target. It's already the double kill. Can he get more? Yardo, have to be careful around him. But more rockets flick forward from Slater. Rocketing into the enemy team, doing a lot of damage. Mid lane tower will fall. And Team Secret looking good.
Fight goes to Team Secret again, this time Slater, the main carry. Slater has been very quiet today, has been outperformed by Artemis, even though his team is up 2-0. He's finally stepping up, the champion of last year, back-to-back, Spring champion, Summer champion. Now, he's only fighting for 3rd place today, but he still wants to make it work. He wants to show everyone that he's better than Artemis. Not sure if you can ever say that after this series, but maybe after the pentakill in Game 2. Now a good performance in Game 3, 6-1-3. He is so strong. And the 3rd dragon goes over to Secret as well. So now a big timer for Cerberus to work against.
Yeah, it is a massive doomsday clock strapped directly over Slater's head. As he now has that Phantom Dancer. And let's have a look at this replay. It got started with Zhu Hao.
It's very confusing to look at. There's so much going on. But in the end, Cerberus does not get any damage done. Look at them. They move together. There's nothing coming out of them. Trying to focus on Nagia, who's already very weak. And Slater gets to free fire, almost gets a double kill of just the ultimate. Yado's playing... Yado actually played the fight almost perfectly. Saved his team from even worse fates. But then he's not strong enough. But we have another one. Slater dead this time.
Yeah, that's massive. That's a huge shutdown, but unfortunately it's Ron OP that picks it up.
Once again. He got the kill on top lane. Now he gets an 800 gold shutdown. That would have been such a huge boon for Yado or Artemis, even for Pun to get tankier. Instead, it's just the Thresh. And what is he going to do with that 800 gold shutdown? Buy more pink wards. Nice.
Lots of pink wards. That's great. It's such a shame to see that big injection of gold. Imagine if Artemis gets that.
Indeed.
This game, it becomes so much closer if that kill goes over to Artemis. But unfortunately, this Aphelios is still very far behind the Jinx, about half an item. And of course, he's actually gone defensive boots as well. It's DNK playing very aggressive.
This is a huge problem. So they really try to funnel everything into Artemis, and this is a playstyle Artemis is very good at. He knows where to go on the map, how to get a lot of farm. But in the end, the Jinx just has 6 kills, so everything you're trying to do to offset this advantage is not enough. You need the kills on this champion. He went defensive boots, so he's very far away from a 1v9 carry still. And I think in this situation, he's probably going to have to move away again, because DNK always has that ultimate in his back pocket to just run at him.
Exactly. Always have to be very careful when there are Vikings about. Let's have a look at the replay. It was Slater getting caught out. Just an Ornn ult into a kill.
Yep, no flash for him. Very nicely done. Slater, there was a little bit of the play with false sense of security, because Slater, I think, only had eyes on Ron OP, and he dodged his skill shots pretty well, but then from the other side came the Ram and Pun. Put him down. So it's a good kill. It doesn't really do much for them. 2 minutes to the dragon. The flash is going to be available then for Slater. Flash is also probably going to be available for Artifact. So the 2 AD carries are ready to fight for Secret. 2 items each. Maybe even 3 items at that point for Slater. I think they're in a huge advantage. And Pun doesn't even have a single on item under his belt yet.
No. It's DNK in this bush. Trying to clear out the vision, but the Rift Herald is summoned up. This should be mid-tower cracked open. They have a full minion wave, and then Aphelios with that white gun to fire in. Ornn ult used just to buy some
Slater
space.
flashed.
Slater actually flashed. Very scared. Does not want to get engaged on. Ooh, DNK, careful.
Stop the reset, stop the reset. Give Lucian time in top lane. Team
That would
Secret
be
is
ideal.
Actually trying to play 4-1.
Oh, but Cerberus want to turn it around. Nagia goes instantly into the Death Realm, though. Brings Zhu Hao with him. Doing a lot of damage to this jungler. Now he's just going to walk to the wall. And he gets away well. Uses that W to heal himself up. Patches up the iron suit. The Encore is thrown. This should be a kill onto Nagia, but it's traded for the tower in the top side. That was a hell of a lot of time bought.
Team Secret is playing side lanes, finally. I'm so happy to see this. They
Whoa,
finally
whoa, whoa,
gone
whoa,
away.
whoa. Hang on.
They're playing side lane.
Lane, okay. At least one side lane, which is more than they did the last 2 games combined, even with Baron. And speaking of Baron, the purple worm under threat, Cerberus know they can't really play for Dragon, because Dragon is still 40 seconds away. They need to make something count right now, but Nagia, teleport available in a few seconds.
Artifact, though, going into the back line, doing so much damage, but it's not enough. He gets shut down.
That was
now a 3v5. Oh, I think he's done enough, though.
He stops the Baron, but I don't think he actually had to sacrifice himself to stop the Baron. He could have just poked with ultimate and not flashed in place, for example. And now Cerberus actually have better positioning on this Dragon. Artifact still down, has no TP. This should be a free Dragon for Cerberus, denying the soul immediately from Team Secret, buying time for Artemis to scale, for Yada to scale, for Punt to get some items. This was a really bad passage of play for Team Secret.
There's still a Jinx Rocket.
Oh no. Oh no.
I don't need to remind a G2 fan about Jinx Rockets. There it is, it's thrown.
Oh my god, no! Why is this broken?
What did I say?
Why is this so broken? Please fix Jinx. Okay, that's an Ocean Soul for Secret against the run of play. Servers have to be uber tilted after this one. They played it almost perfectly. Like, their map setup was pretty good. They sacrificed so much gold in top lane because they wanted to stay together. They forced Slater's flash. They did everything correctly for the dragon fight, and then it gets stolen away by a meager Jinx ult. That is just
meager?
disaster. Yeah, it's not very meager, sadly. It should be, but it is not. Now Baron were thwarted. They lost turrets in the top lane. 3 items for Jinx, 3 items imminent for Artifact. I think this is probably going to be the beginning of the end for the series.
That is actually such a disaster.
Yeah, it is.
That
it is
steal.
so horrible.
That steal is so disastrous. He goes from buying
CBL?
time to nothing. CBL goes flying over the wall, instantly gets the charms down, but it's not enough. He gets blown up.
Slater has no flash.
Not enough of a lover as Slater now. He's knocked up. He's taken down. Cerberus are pretty mad about losing that dragon. As now Artifact's on the run, but it doesn't matter. The tower's not going to protect him. Nagia arrives, but it's far too late.
Who needs Ocean Soul anyway? Cerberus just say, okay, whatever, we are in a bad position, we are 0-2 down, we just lost the soul, we could just go home, but let's try to show everyone what we've got, show everyone that we are actually a good team. And they show us a nice engage, once again Slater too far forward, no flash available, and Team Secret as a whole too scattered. This is something that happened in the games against GAM last week, over and over again. Secret very much prone to forcing 5v5s in mid lane, but then going too far away from each other and exposing Slater especially. And this happened, I believe, in game 3 against GAM, where they just took an engage in mid lane and ran Slater down. So now Team Secret on the back foot, at least in terms of gold. They still have the Ocean Soul to work with, which is great for Nagia and DNK, but honestly doesn't help Artifact and Slater too much.
So, I mean, look, we often talk about GAM having the union contract, 26 minutes and we're out of here. Team Secret really needs to get a better union.
Yeah,
Because
they need someone to tell them that there's different things than just mid lane.
Minimum 26 minutes.
Maybe. Yeah, I've been very disappointed with their play around mid and late game when it comes to lane setups, even though their wave focus is actually quite good. I mean, you go back to the last game and look at their waves in the side lanes, they're always in their favor. Not quite the case here in top lane, at least. But they were very nice lane setup, wave setups, I should say. And then no one went there for minutes upon minutes upon minutes. It was very strange to see. Now Cerberus, are they falling for the same Team Secret fallacy where you don't ever do anything with the Baron? No, they actually get a tower and they're pushing for another one. 1 minute left on the Baron.
They are shoving in. Nagia, still threatening, can take someone to that 1v1, but the Mordekaiser are very far behind. Rono P gets yoinked forward, takes a zap, but that one cannon minion still loyally firing away. Slowly taking the tower down. Team Secret not able to step forward to actually kill it. Zuhao waiting on the side. He's just ready to jump over the wall and turn the tower off if they want to go for the fight. That's Stormbringer. Always ready. The tower falls. DNK.
Oh
moving
no,
forward, but
Nagia!
1 OP! Nagia, what are you doing there? You had flash as well. You have to be able to flash that hook. This Mordekaiser performance has been pretty terrible. And it does look like Cerberus might be getting a game 4.
A first Baron and we actually breaking an inhibitor. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This hasn't happened all series. Cerberus, a very good late game team usually, so it's refreshing to see them actually stepping up. Mordekaiser will spawn in 20 seconds and he has flash and teleport available. This might be a big overextension for Cerberus.
It definitely could be. They are in a little bit of trouble as Pun takes a lot of damage from Artifact. But Yado doing a good job zoning them off. Now we need to look at Slater. He's firing in those rockets. Aphelios has gotten the first kill, though. Slater has to instantly flash away. There is the Moonlight Vigil forcing the cleanse. He's going to manage to get back to the fountain. DNK now caught out. They're going to deal all of that damage. And now, Cerberus have picked up 2 more kills. A minion wave has arrived. No Baron buff. Slater here. A teleport being committed. They want to end the game right here, right now.
Desperately.
They want game 4. Pun comes in very tanky. They should be able to siege these towers down, no problem. Slater desperately firing. Pun is in the death realm, but the Nexus is exposed. Slater's been caught. Slater's been taken down. And suddenly, we have a series on our hands. Can you smell the smoke? Something's burning. Clockwork, get to the kitchen. It's all gone wrong. As it's a triple kill for Artemis. And they're going to pad their KDA a little bit. The culling comes out from Artifact. They're trying to turn it around. Don't pad yourselves too much.
Wait a second.
No. They hold. They hold!
Oh, they waited too long. It's only 27 minutes. The respawn time and not there. No, Artifact gets so many kills. And that should just be Elder Dragon. Look at the time, it's 6 seconds away. No teleport for Pun. So even though he's spawning, he can't go there in time. Elder Dragon is no threat whatsoever to 2 people. So they should just be able to delay this. Yeah, and Nagia is spawning in time. So that's a 5-man Elder Dragon. There are no Nexus turrets. But there's also no objective on the map for Cerberus to take. And suddenly, the worm might have turned once again.
That's... wow.
Can you be any more tilted than a Cerberus player right now? I don't think so. Let's see how they deal with it. They have been known to be very tilt-prone and dealing very badly with stress and in-serious, unfortunate events. So let's see if Cerberus can finally recover, regroup and say, well, we lost an Elder Dragon, but it's only 2 minutes and let's just not wager a fight here. Let's just wait for them. Wait for the Elder Dragon to go away and then fight again, because we still have an open Nexus on the other side.
You'll wait. The game's still going.
I know.
I can't believe it. Why is the game still going?
Yeah, we have to...
How do you play this as Secret?
The analysts know where to go after this game, because we need to see in slow motion what happened, why they weren't able to finish this Nexus. I think they overestimated the damage Yado was able to do to the Nexus. He's just a support. He doesn't actually do much. So that is a huge problem now. Cerberus is still pretty far ahead in items. You have to consider Wormfallen, Sacrifice, Darkcaller, and the on item on himself. So that's nice stat boost for the side of Cerberus. And their Aphelios is super strong. QSS is ready to go for Nagia, so he can't isolate him anymore. Let's see where we're going with this game 3.
Oh, potentially a lot longer. And I think Team Secret, I mean, it's so hard to play when your Nexus is open, because you can't do normal things, because the game can just end in an instant. Artifact going to clear the way.
Usually, yes. I'd say, though, in this game, it's not actually that much of a risk, because they don't have anyone to finish the Nexus himself, right? The 2 teleports are on a tank and an enchanter. Both of those are easy to stop, and then also don't deal the damage to really just run it down. Secret, you need to go back to your base, though. Secret.
Yeah, they're being. They get there in time. They're okay. But this Elder buff, it's run out. It's going to run out in 10 seconds. They don't get anything from it.
Not quite.
They do a good job denying it from Cerberus.
Yeah, I think this is still the correct play for Secret, because if you overly focus on a fight then, and maybe you miss one member and think, okay, we have a 5v4, let's just fight, and then the one just goes to your Nexus and finishes it. I had a very unfortunate experience in a Vayne game of mine where this happened, so I think it's the correct call for Team Secret to just wait it out, try to wait for the inhibitor to respawn, because once that is back on the map, the Nexus is not exposed anymore. Should be up, and yeah, there we see the timer. Now the inhibitor is live again, and we start the Baron.
And that buys a lot of time. No teleport available for Yado at the moment, obviously using that spellbook. And Pun is the other teleport. He's not the fastest pusher in the world. He's just an Ornn. So they don't have to worry about any crazy TPs. It's Artifact very fast at clearing out the waves. Nagia needs to be careful. Nagia is on a very odd flank here. He's coming in. Immediately Death Realm Zhuhao just wants to take the jungler out of the fight. But DNK is taking all of this damage. There's the shutdown straight onto Artifact. This is just a dead Lucian. Nagia in the middle of the enemy team. Slater is firing rockets in, but they're just too tanky. They can't peel for him. Slater desperately on the run, but it doesn't matter. And this time, I don't think they lose the 5v0.
There's no way.
Because Yado goes down.
There's no way they can't finish here, so we will move to game 4. Unexpectedly, maybe after the early and mid game, but Cerberus show up finally with a very decent team composition, and in my opinion, the best champ for Yado. He has been insane on this champion in the regular season. Not quite his best performance today, but Artemis proves me wrong and shows us that Aphelios, after all, can still carry a game.
And it turns out when you constantly ult the wrong person, Mordekaiser actually brings his own team to the Death Realm. Maybe that was all part of his plan. Extra soldiers for the army. Not a fan of that pick. Hopefully we don't see it again, but I'm sure our analysts will be talking about it in depth, as we do have an unexpected game 4. Cerberus, they fire back. Is this the beginning of a reverse sweep, or is it just a flash in the pan? We'll make sure we're back in the kitchen very soon here on VCS English.
tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
Welcome back, everybody, to the VCS Analyst Desk, where I think we happen to have lost a chef's hat. Clockwork. What happened that game? What is it? Oh, the 3-0 didn't come true, did it? Huh?
Just put it on the side for 1 second. However, this game, before the game started, I did prefer Cerberus' composition. And if I may discuss about something wrong in the recipe, Coach Hope didn't mix well all the ingredients that he could work with, because he started with an Olaf first pick, which it was pretty puzzling considering that Lilia was open, very high priority jungler, and also the Lucian instead of the Tristana. That was very puzzling. That also rippled, like, very far down the draft. We had a Mordekaiser pick because you already had Olaf, which is an AD jungler, with an AD mid that is Lucian. So that forced Nagia into a very suboptimal pick that didn't manage to find any relevance into the game. You could have gone AP jungler and then whatever top laner, or even something like the Rumble in the top lane that could lay his like red carpet with some magic penetration to face Cerberus tanks. Anything, but these Mordekaiser. We also have a team fight to show, right?
Yeah, we will in just a minute. I'm actually going to hand this over. I believe you're molding and you're mad because bad because you predicted incorrectly, even though you decided to hedge your bets with Cerberus. So I'll give Mobby a chance to talk about this draft if he has any insights for us on whether or not any of these things that you talked about were also correct.
Yeah, I think the big fault. I don't mind the Olaf pick. You're taking it away from the Seraphine. Good, that's fine. Okay, that Lucian. Yeah, Tristana would have been better. You still have that flex option to take it into the mid lane, so should have definitely done that. And then the big failing was Rakan. And Mordekaiser. Those two picks were bad. Rakan didn't help your team at all. It provided a form of engage, sure, but that could have easily been taken up by a tank or something along those lines in the top lane. And Alistar, something that can peel and engage, something like that. Mordekaiser is just a bad pick. It's useless. It's worthless. Don't pick it. It's bad. If you're picking it, I hate you. And then if you consistently ult the wrong target, I hate you more. So Nagia, go away. Bring in Coded. No, Nagia's been fine. I just think that was just a bad pick, and I know they were hurting for AP, but I don't really think their damage profile is that important. I mean, if you're gonna bring in a Mordekaiser and as your AP damage, you're better off just picking another AD champion and building a Black Cleaver.
Yes. All right, Clockwork. 30 minutes, 50 seconds, something like that into the game. We got to see a pretty important team fight as it compared to the landscape of how the game ended up coming through. So why don't you walk us through exactly what happened and how Cerberus were able to take this one?
Absolutely. So here, Cerberus are grouped in the mid lane. Team Secret has the prio in at the Baron. Also, Nagia is taking the Scuttle. So it looks like something fightable. Slater is going to have a very little impact because there are so many tanks. Shuhao is free to run in. And here Nagia has the option to ult either Artemis or Yado to isolate those champions from benefiting the composition. Instead, he ults Shuhao. Artemis is free to put damage on Artemis, so the damage from Secret is halved at this point. Nagia falls, of course, and from here on, the team fight has no hope for Secret. And I think the Mordekaiser pick could have had some relevance if you remove the sole source of damage in Artemis, or remove the Yado, which brings team-wide buffs and very AoE help for the team. Instead, going for the Shuhao, he probably just tried to prevent the team from engaging, but there was also the Oran ultimate, so I don't think that was the purpose of the Mordekaiser ult. And this shows both at the same time what Mabi said, that the Mordekaiser was a bad pick, number one, and number two, that the Jinx alone, without peel from a support, can't do much.
Yeah. Okay. So consider this. I'm gonna give you this alternative, right? All right. So if Mordekaiser ulting Zhuhao, probably not a great idea. But if Mordekaiser kills Zhuhao, Zhuhao is then dead. Think about that one for next game.
But so is Nagia.
No. Zhuhao's dead. That's it. That's the whole point. Just think about that next time you decide to criticize Mordekaiser. As we will be getting into game number 4's draft, thankfully, as there was a return, at least from Cerberus. I'll bounce to Mabi here because it was your point, I guess, to come to. Is this Cerberus who finally has turned a corner and has actually found exactly what might work for them? Or do you feel like maybe Secret didn't play as well as they wanted to, made the mistakes that they had, and that might have cost them a bit more?
A little bit of both. I think Secret noticeably played worse. They also had a much worse draft than the last two games. It wasn't very cohesive, didn't blend and synergize well. But I think Cerberus have been playing progressively better over the course of the series. I think if you get back on blue side as Team Secret, you should be able to clean up your draft, win out the game. It's been 100% win rate for blue side so far today, and I think they'll just continue down that path and be more than happy to take this one L, but they'll come out on top.
I've also had a flashback, like this recent draft very much reminded me what Secret tried to do in game 3 versus GAM, where they're mixing fork, which is, the drafting that the had like 4 prongs less than what a fork is supposed to have. So I think now they should go for something comfort, and Cerberus also went for comfort, and it worked very well, going back to the usual front to back team fight. That always works, so I hope that Secret does that too.
We'll have to see. Again, our draft is waiting here. It looks like maybe there's a slight pause on the stage, so we'll get another chance to actually double back over the course of this series. And I remember jumping back to the beginning of the day where we were talking about mid laners, we were talking about top lane matchups. Have those kind of roles, I guess, stuck with you two, as it looks like draft's going to be starting in just a couple of seconds? I anticipate that to be the case. Coming into this 4th game, Are expectations still around those mid laners who've been relatively important, around top laners? Has jungle stepped in as a more important role? I'll just give you both an opportunity to answer as beginning bans come through. What is the role that you're now, I guess, looking at under the microscope compared to what we started the series looking at?
I'm looking at top. I think it's been pretty much
Mhm.
whichever top side of the map wins, top jungle, but more specifically that top lane. That carries over into the rest of the map extremely heavily. In this series, we saw in game 2 Pun removed from the game. We saw in game 3 Nagia removed from the game, and there were other factors, of course, across the maps. But those top laners not having impacts or having detrimental impacts to their own team just meant, I think, has meant a lot for this series. And it's actually Team Secret are back on the red side. They decided that they chose this. They chose to go onto the losing side again.
Yep. And if I'm in Team Secret, I would still try to focus bot lane. Well, I don't think they focused bot lane much. For when game plan comes into consideration, then I think that Secret didn't really focus on bot lane. Then in game, they sure did, and they gave 6 kills to Slayer, but those didn't amount to much in the late game team fights. So Cerberus is trying to prevent that and to put the bot lane of Secret in another bad situation, starting with the trash, which also limits their options.
Might. We're seeing Team Secret go immediately to the blind Gnar on the top side. Cerberus has now gone to Thresh first pick. Is this not the draft we've been waiting for? I know the Gnar blind not particularly great, but it is something Nagia likes to play. And at minimum, we do get Hecarim and Thresh as the first handful of picks. As Volibear also getting looked at here. I feel like this is the draft towards priority and champions that we've been waiting for this entire series.
Absolutely. Yeah, now we're looking towards actual meta picks. The Volibear, the Hecarim coming in. And now Cerberus has one of the strongest 2v2s. They are looking to be very happy. If Team Secret only has the Gnar in the top lane, so they can't really bring out the mega tanks like Cerberus did to put up against the Jinx. And this could be the turning point. This could really turn it around. I think if you're Team Secret, you probably look to grab the Kai'Sa here. So you have a way of sort of influencing the backline. And that's what they've done.
Considering also how Artifact played in all 3 games, like game 3, he had way less agency than in game 1 and game 2. But considering how he's playing, I think Secret will do very well to keep a counter pick for him, and then try to pick whatever support is open. Doesn't matter that much in my opinion. Cerberus, on the other hand, still have to pick for solo lanes, and they have the Gnar open to be countered, and they need to try to pick something safe. I think the Orianna could be still a good option for Yado. Very good champion, doesn't really have bad matchups. So if I'm Cerberus, I would just try to pick the Orianna as fast as possible. Banned.
Yeah, I believe that you are the Team Secret person, and as a Team Secret person, your mind is aligned with theirs as they make sure the Orianna is not going to fall to the side of Cerberus. The craziest part is, honestly, I would have thought Team Secret might have put priority on this, but like you said, perhaps they're waiting for the counter pick to come out of that bottom lane as they go immediately to Galio as the response to the Jinx Thresh in the bottom lane. It's also flexible as well. Yeah, go ahead, Malby. Tell me about this.
Galio has that flex potential depending on what Cerberus wants to put out, but I do think they're just hoping to keep their mid lane pick under wraps and see if it's safe to pick a Rise, because that's the big tanks in the top lane, because I imagine it's just going to be a Norn. They're just going to run back the same composition but better. And look, I'm going to have to keep talking because that's a Zilean, baby!
Zilean?
It's
John
here!
Bon Jovi's favorite.
Finally!
Oh, no.
I spent a lot of last season tricking Zilean as a support, admittedly, but
To bronze.
Unfair.
I mostly played normals, thank you, but anyway, it's
Everyone
just
gets their favorite champions, and I'm here stuck waiting for the Nami.
it's never happening. Look, Zilean is just fantastic for your hyper carry comps. It's also extra great onto these tanks. If the Syndra pick is locked in, what are you doing? that is a much better pick. It helps you shred through the hyper tanks. It means you're not completely negated by the Zillion ultimate. It means you are an actual champion, and thank God. Look, but yeah, Zillion, fantastic, especially with picks like Volibear, because you just press your 99% speed up on the queuing volley, and they just zoom in and stun whoever they want.
I also really like the Zillion for the reasons you pointed out, but I would like to add that having the Zillion means that you only have one damage threat in the late game, which is only Artemis. Of course, he's gonna be very safe with the ultimate, with the lantern, has a lot of tools to survive, but only one carry didn't work out really well for Team Circuit, and they have much more options in this draft with the Azir, with the Kai'Sa, more teamfight choices.
All right, predictions. What are we thinking here? I think I've done Clockwork twice in a row, so Mobby, you first.
I think Cerberus basically just has a slightly better version of what they had last time. I mean, it could say slightly worse, but I think they've got a better carry to make it happen in Cerberus.
Secret, top lane matchup, combo with the Hecarim and the Galio, 2 carries. They're gonna take the series.
Incapable of predicting together, my analysts are always split as we're going back to Everyday in Your Way once again to begin our game number 4.
And it's game 4 here on VCS English. My name is Everyday. With me, as always, is Your Way. It's an interesting draft both teams have put together. With Cerberus picking up Zillion. It's clock versus clock. Of course, our analyst, diehard Team Secret fan. I'm sure he is very upset to see time wend against him. What do you think of these compositions?
Well, we have some interesting choices. CBL, Galio is something I really like to see. I think he's very good on that champion. Has won many lanes and has impacted the rest of the map too. Second most played champion in regular season, so it makes a lot of sense. I don't think Zillion is a particularly good champion, so a little bit surprised to see him. We've seen him once, I believe, in the LCK final, played by Showmaker, so actually won a game there too. Very, very much having my eyes on the Zillion. I think, though, the last pick, Azir is not the greatest champion right now, and Artifact has played a great amount of Assassins mostly today, so a little bit surprised by the Azir control mage pickup here, but can really all in the Zillion and try to set up dives maybe even, with the Flash ultimate setup for the Hecarim to come in.
And maybe part of the secret to Cerberus' success is picking champions that hate each other. They have the Ornn Volibear, the bit of the hate ship in game number 3, and of course Zillion and Volibear, famously enemies. So, if that holds true, it's clearly deep analysis. So, Team Secret doomed.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Artifact does here on this control mage, mostly. Does he go for the correct build? Does he try to go for a full and all-in Froggy style Azir? Hopefully not. Or does he actually go for front-to-back team fights where he just outranges the Jinx and lets her not do anything? Good engage from Ronopi and Artemis, though. There's the lethal tempo triggered and a good chunk on Slater.
Yeah, it's a fair bit of damage. Now, I want to comment. Artifact has gone for the Comet in the mid lane. What are your thoughts on him taking the more laning-focused rune?
Yeah, I think Comet is pretty common right now. Looking at the mid lane, though, there's a little bit of a gank brewing. Zuhao, Flash Q available. Can they kill Artifact early on? No?
Nope, it looks like he'll back off, just go to his scuttle.
Yeah, and Comet synergizes nicely with the new build with the Luden's Echo, because you just go for the initial burst, basically, and Comet plus Luden's is quite a bit of extra damage, kind of getting back the damage you lost from the from the nerf on the W damage, so makes a lot of sense to me. Not quite the strongest DPS build, of course, but should be able to pressure Zilean out of lane, even though he's right now sitting at a disadvantageous lane position just because Seattle spammed his Qs and got the early push.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot you can do. Zilean's bombs on the wave doesn't have a huge amount of counterplay. He just kind of does it. You know, it's all in good time. That eventually will catch up as the double ward comes in from Secret. Not the greatest display of synergy.
Every day. If you notice something.
Yes.
We have 4 minutes in.
I've noticed lots of things. And no kills.
What is
crazy?
Going on?
So did we accidentally turn on like LCK or something?
I think both teams are finally taking the series seriously, which is a little unfortunate, but a little bit of serious gameplay is nice too. So let's see who actually wins a game where there are no 4 kills at 4 minutes, 5 kills in 4 minutes last game, so no kill here, and we look at bot lane, but this is Zuhal.
Just as you say it, I think there might be a kill as Nagia is flashing away, but that's a red buff bear as Zuhal picks up that easy kill set up by Pun.
I think that was one of the worst flashes I've ever seen.
It was bad. It was real bad.
So DNK, he has Ghost available. Should be able to get a decent angle.
The lane's not in the right position there.
Yeah, maybe a little too risky into Chompers, into Flay and
Thrash.
Yeah. So in the end, just
Very
a
hard.
decent start for Cerberus. Once again attacking top lane. Nagia struggled a whole lot last game, so let's see what he does this game. They had to sub him out again after a few very bad performances. Initially, Coated struggled coming into the split, then Nagia struggled, and Coated came back, struggled a whole lot more against Kiaya.
Why not flash the Q?
Yeah, good question. Why not do everything different? Because everything you did there was bad, Nagia. Please
Rethink
don't
your
do that
life.
again.
Yeah. But Team Secret will be picking up this first Drake. They have had a very strong dragon rate this series.
And to be fair to
losing with
Nagia,
Soul.
actually his earlier NAR games were very impressive, right? He went something like 9-5 and whatever his assist score was. He looked super good and constantly pressured Artemis on the other side, so I'm hopeful for him. I really hate his build. I think double Dorans is very int right now. Double Dorans doesn't even give you the same benefits as before. You don't ever aim to solo kill the Sion anyway, so why don't you just go Cull and scale? I really don't like this choice from Nagia. He's level 5 too, and this could be horrible for Secret.
Ooh, there's a 2v2 brewing as DNK doing a good job zoning out Zuhao, but CBL is here on the roam, and the bear cannot jump well enough. He uses the Stormkeeper, but the Storm was broken.
That is CBL on the map, on one of his most played champions, active before the enemy support can move out of lane. And he turns this one around because it looked really bad for Team Secret. Both champions still level 5, when both Cerberus' champions were level 6, so you never win the 2v2 there. You never win the 2v2 into the big tank of Sion anyway, so nice reinforcements coming in from CBL, and Slater able to catch the wave. So in the end, a good counterplay for Secret.
Just the one tower plate essentially sacrificed as CBL was out of lane. Slater, of course, had to capitulate on that front. But it's a good trade. Team Secret doing very well, though they are still a little bit down in gold. Just from some farm gaps.
Yeah, now we have to still keep our eyes on the top lane. A kill back to Nagia, but he's struggling with the CS department, even after going for the most lane-focused build you can ever go for a double Doran's Blade, so that's not going to give him much later on in the game. He's going to have to sell one of these items, maybe even both, later on. So Sion is sitting very pretty in the top lane, scaling up, getting HP after HP, every single minion going down is 4 HP into his pockets, so this Gnar is in a bad spot.
For now, definitely still able to turn it around. We did see some decent Gnar play out of Nagia in game 1. Game 2. It was on Aatrox in game 1.
Let's look at mid lane for a second, because both of these control Meiji champions Haven't done much. It's just trading of waves, and actually, still very even on Zillion. Zillion, one of the hardest champions lasted with. One of the reasons no pro player really wants to play Zillion. There are very few players who play Zillion. It's Showmaker over in the LCK. It was Bjergsen and Jensen to a certain extent in NA. No one comes to mind in Europe, for example. No one really comes to mind in China either. So yeah, this champion just not very easy to pilot in the early laning phase. We saw Bjergsen struggle against international opponents, even though he was famous in the LCS to get away with everything. So very impressive, in my opinion, from Yado to just get away with an even CS at 8 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's very well done. He is stacking up his tier as well, just opting into just playing it slow, playing it to scale. That's exactly what he needs to do. They're playing around a Jinx. DNK is going to zoom forward. His top laner is slower to the play, though.
Nagia is
It's
mega.
gonna be a fight for Herald. Yeah, he is. Nox pun towards the team. The smites are going to come in. And it's Zuhao that gets it. But now there's a big shuffle. Look at all of the damage being dealt onto Yado. He's going to go down immediately. Zuhao falls. It's actually not Yado going down. Sorry. He had the ultimate. Finally, he does go down. DNK is traded back to that zombie doing so much damage. Slater exhausted, in some trouble. Artemis going forward, getting a kill. He's got a double. He's got a triple.
And when you thought one team was making the moves to get ahead, the other team strikes back. Definitely better positioning for Secret. They moved their bot lane into position earlier. They have the two champions that can jump into the team fight. Maybe something Cerberus didn't think about looking at the bot lane champions. Both Kaiser and Galio cheating their way into this fight with their ultimates. As you can see, Galio arrives first, then it's a 4v3. Very advantageous fight for Secret. Then Slater flies in with the ultimate as well.
But they forgot. It's the
choke.
river of the living dead.
Yeah, look at this choke point. It's perfect for Artemis. He doesn't even get threatened by anything. He can just free fire the whole fight, flashes forward for another one, and another one. Triple kill for the Jinx. Artemis, the best AD carry of the league. He carried the last game, even though we doubted him. And now he's 3-1 on the Jinx. He's in a good carry position once again. And remember, he has a Zillion behind him.
Yeah. So this is a bit of an interesting dichotomy because, of course, the Azir picked up a kill there, picked up a few assists as well. Is equally, maybe not equally, but is also a very strong late game carry that has changed a fair bit with the balance changes.
Oh no, he's going Leandris. Let's go game 5.
Yeah. Look.
Nah,
I get why.
Bad. No, it's bad. DNK is looking for Yado.
Yeah, chasing him down, has a bomb on his head, but the lantern. It's a strong spell your way. I am going to put up a very lukewarm defense of Leandris in this game.
Yeah, tanks on the other side.
There's
High
2
HP
tanks.
totals. Oh.
Yeah, there's 2 tanks.
Yeah, no, Loons just deals more damage with the recent changes. I hate it. Can Zuhao do anything to steal this dragon? Nope, this time Secret. Up to 2 Dragonlate.
He just went for the miracle, steal it with the E. Didn't work out. Nothing ventured, nothing lost.
Yeah, I think it's if you're there for some reason, you're not full clearing your jungle, why not just drop the knee? And maybe they misplay, maybe you get the dragon for free, and then you offset the dragon scaling. We actually get our first Mountain Rift today, which is always an interesting Dragon Rift, in my opinion, to think about, because it's not as flashy, but still gives a lot of combat stats. And someone like Slater with the Mountain Soul Shield can actually try to just 1-1 Artemis in the backline. So can go a long way for Secret to give them another win condition with strong carries. They actually have the shields and the HP totals to dive into the backline.
We'll have to see, because it is obviously a long way away. Slater trying to maintain some sort of relevance. Nageo has to be careful, but is about to go Mega. DNK in the region, but they're not going to go for a play onto the Scion. He's just a bit too tanky.
The game has slowed down again. We're at 9 kills, but all from one team fight, basically. We had 1 gank on each side, and then 1 team fight going for 4 and 3. 4 for 3, I should say. So We are just setting up the team fights later on. I'm interested to see if Cerberus wants to contest the next dragon. Probably yes. Their Jinx is pretty strong. Their Jinx will also have her flash available.
Ooh, hello, we have a fight on the bot side. Ron OP going low. Slater exhausted, but Artemis just moving forward, dealing so much damage. But the Super Mega Death Rocket goes straight through the uprights.
So we still have an ultimate for Slater. Artemis needs to be careful. He lost a lot of his damage potential with the ult and no mana. So yeah, I like this reset here, just pushing the wave. Don't risk anything. You are strong Jinx, but maybe not quite strong enough to win this without mana.
Oh,
good cancel.
DNK coming in, hits the ult. Ron OP
this is
throws
so
the
risky.
hook completely the wrong way. There's the ultimate from the Galio holding them up. CBL can't get out though, and it's going wrong for Secret, but Nagia comes in with a big nah. Artifact needs to get the damage going. They don't want to kill Pun. He had that Zillion ult on him, and it ends up being a 2-for-1 in the favor of Cerberus.
Secret, you're not Gum. You can't just die for the towers. You are actually playing a normal game of League of Legends. The towers hit back. You're not Gum. You can't just do this. We're going to see so much more dives tomorrow, but Team Secret completely blunder this one, and another kill goes over to Artemis. He just finishes Kraken Slayer and attack speed boots. Add another mantle on top of that. Just give me even more crit chance. Let's go.
This is getting very scary very, very quickly. Artemis, we saw what he could do on the Aphelios, and now he has the, in my opinion at least, superior late game ADC, the superior hyper carry.
Especially if you look at the enemy composition, because there are no real tanks. The tankiest member is Nagia, and he's not going to be as tanky as a full tank. Jinx really struggles against full tanks. If they just stare her down, she can't really get through them. She doesn't have any kind of additional damage to cut through the tanks like a Vayne, like a Varus, like a Kog'Maw. So she really struggles there, but if she can just hit all the squishy members, she has the highest DPS in the game of all the AD carries. Especially when it comes to AoE, so this is scary to fight against this Jinx, because no one can stand up to her, and they really need Nagia to pin her into a wall and immediately disrupt the team fight for Cerberus.
Yeah, for sure. Nagia, gonna be important, has the Stride Breaker, has 3 kills. Cerberus, think about a Rift Herald. Do they want to commit to it? I don't think Team Secret will do much about it. D&K, moseying on over.
So, Secret seem to be content with the current positioning. We are back to mid lane right now, as we are every single time. Nagia level 10. Honestly, ultimate levels don't really matter too much for this champion. Team Secret is actually very far behind the play already, because bot lane is pushing in favor of Pan and he's getting more and more experience. Nagia is falling further and further behind. He already got a tower, and they're pressuring mid lane too. So even though they get the objective, they actually lost so much on the map. I don't like this too much. And Cerberus punishing Team Secret for over-focusing the topside objective.
That said, it is farm only onto the Scion. It's not like that was Artemis sitting down there getting farm forever.
True.
So it's not the worst thing ever. I do agree that I think they were caught napping a little bit, kind of over-prioritizing Shirley.
It's actually bleeding over to the current map positioning. Sorry for cutting you off, but if you look at the map right now, Cerberus in such a superior position just to go to Dragon.
Oh, in he comes! Pun, the big lad! From downtown, the train comes in and it's Galio Station!
Toot toot. Why didn't you flash that, CBL? You had a flash that, maybe?
I mean, it was even worse. He tried to justice
I know. Yeah, 2 very bad justice punches already from CBL, and usually he's a very good Galio player. I talked about this earlier. A very good flex pick for this team, but on this day, maybe not, because CBL really struggling to make his presence known in a positive way. He's definitely on the rift, and Cerberus has gotten 2 free kills of very bad justice punches so far. So they disturb the Dragon Snowball, they push it into the later game, they give Artemis more time to scale to get to 2 items. All the other champs like to scale as well. Zillion, I have no idea. He probably gets stronger and stronger, more CC, more HP to revive the opponents with. So
I'm gonna hit you with the fat way that Zillion scales. Jinx scale good, therefore 2 Jink scale getter.
True. True.
And when you have Zilean ult, you have 2 Jink.
Or 2 Scion, which honestly is not bad either. You get 2 big Scions. I don't mind that. I think that's a pretty good option too. Double cleanse also for Cerberus, so it's very hard for Secret to even get into the backline and kill them immediately because there's so much CC.
They're gonna give it a crack onto Yado, dealing a lot of damage, but he just ults himself. They have to immediately stop damage, and he just walks away.
Forces Slader's flash as well. This is looking really rough for Secret.
DNK tries to move forward, gets stopped by Zhu Hao though, and this just isn't working. Team Secret look desperate.
Yeah, Secret needs Azir to scale. Oh no.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Have Team Secret hit the emergency button? GA on Samira. Let's go. Oh no. Hopefully this is just a short pause. Obviously we don't know what the issue is. We're not a real stream. They don't tell us things.
Well, I actually have to say, you look very nice today, every day. Just actually spent some seconds looking at you in the cam, and yeah, you look very nice today.
Yeah, I like this shirt. Thank you. I have no idea what you look like. Your camera's not on.
I know.
We have gameplay though, it appears. It's just a very short pause.
Okay, there we are, back in game, and 19 minutes in, the game has come to a little bit of a halt. Very nice scaling for Cerberus still. There's always the pressure of Slader diving into the backline and eliminating one of the 2 backliners, but then again, Cerberus' front-to-back is so much better than Secret, so... And they are the front-to-back team-fighting team, so I don't really think this is a game Secret looks at any day of the week and say, well, this is an easy win. I think they are pretty far behind right now in map positioning. Even though they're dragging ahead, Pan is strong, Artemis is super strong, Yado is scaling up. What can Secret do?
Yeah, it's just so hard to see how they actually kill Artemis if he positions even remotely correctly. He would have to make a pretty huge blunder.
Flash, cleanse, flash from Thresh, plus Lantern, plus ult from Zilean available, plus speed up from Zilean available. How do you even get through all of that?
Yeah, exactly. I think the only way is Artifact hitting a huge scoop.
Agreed with that. Yeah, and I think Artifact just needs time. He went for the lower damage build, which I hate. This build has a very low win rate right now because Azir got nerfed. Justifyingly so, because he was super strong. But Nagia looking for something else.
Nagia wants to make it happen. He goes Mega, has access to that ultimate, and in goes DNK. He doesn't actually land the fear. There's Artifact getting the scoop. It's only onto Ron OP, not really the target you want. And now the train comes on in, dealing a lot, but Slater free-firing on the backside. CBL, Artemis chasing down on him. He gets excited now, moving forward. He's got Slater. Look at all of the damage! This Jinx doing so much! Nagia has to flash away.
That was a huge engage for Secret. They actually separated Cerberus. They penetrated their very good setup normally. Cerberus didn't have the time to set up the front-to-back team fight correctly. Their invaluable, amazing team fight setup, always compact, always staying together. This time not the case, and still Cerberus win the game. I think every day we can get ready for Game 5. This is going to be very hard for Secret to win. Look at this. This is such good team fighting for Secret, coming from all the different flanks. Artemis...
There was one huge problem. The ult from Hecarim missed.
Yeah, but still, you force Artemis out of the fight. He flashed away, he cleansed already, he has almost no mana. He spent so much time just hitting the support. So honestly, you should have the damage to win the fight at that point. But Artemis just gets to free fire on the support, takes the support, takes the AD carry, and gets to chase further.
Hang on, we are back to live, and DNK, he is very dead. This horse is getting sent to the glue factory.
The reverse sweep on the horizon. Can it be the very first best of 5 victory for Cerberus? Would be so exciting to see.
I predicted 3-2 for Cerberus.
Same here. So. I didn't predict a reverse sweep. I thought we would go back and forth with a lot of sketchy games. Maybe that part is correct. But honestly, Cerberus in the last 2 games, pretty good. I think they have definitely recovered from the early tilt and are looking revitalized, back to bread and butter, back to front-to-back team fighting, and supportive champions for Yado to enable Artemis, the best AD carry in the league.
And it is another Mountain Drake spawning on the Rift. No Jinx Rocket for Team Secret to steal this one away. Pun pulls the trigger on the ultimate, just zoning them off. And Team Secret is trapped in a fight that they do not want. CBL goes down again. This has been a dreadful game from him. Artifact chunked down to half HP. DNK was on the other side of the map.
Yeah, he was respawning. Why are you even there, Team Secret? Just push side lanes, funnel some resources into Artifact, into Slater. Why do you walk to the Dragon? You have no real means of stealing it away, as he's pointed out. No Jinx Rocket. That is one of the better ones at stealing. I mean, W from Slater is just going to get blocked. Anything else can't really get in there. And your jungler isn't even on the map, so that is a huge blunder. Another free kill over to the other side. 6-1 for Artemis on the Jinx. Last game we said the same about Slater's Jinx, but Artemis's Jinx I think is even more frightening.
Oh, for sure. Artemis is the master of these late game hyper carries. He knows that the team relies on him. And this is a desperation Baron if I've ever seen one. They're just trying to they're flipping the table. This is Monopoly at Christmas.
Oh, Artemis!
Someone's about to get... Yeah, this is potentially a little bit late though. Artemis arrives and this is Baron secured. Have Team Secret managed to pull the Christmas move? Have they punched their big brother in the throat because he bought a yellow that I wanted? It looks like they have.
Yeah, I think Nagia
might pay for it. Yeah, he's the sacrificial lamb though. The rest of them just need to make enough distance to shut down. Artifact swooshes away, though. He's fine.
Well, if we look historically, even just from today, I don't think that Baron is really going to do anything.
No, I don't think so, but still.
It's a nice move. It's definitely some life shown, some signs of life shown for Secret. They have been looking pretty bad, not only this game, but also the second half of the last game. So it's good to see them still play the game, still be in the server and actually trying to do something to win the game. I think in terms of team fighting, they're just too far behind in setup, in scaling, in damage, in safety even. But let's see, maybe there's a split push possible. I like this move from DNK. Just move into bot lane where the wave was waiting for you, empower the wave with the Baron buff and just get the tower for free. It's standing gold. Everything matters for Secret. They're still 1k gold behind, but at least the Baron does not go to Cerberus.
Yeah, it does deny that. Does potentially buy Team Secret a chance for a miracle. They're definitely holding out for that one, because by all metrics, Cerberus should be winning this game.
Yeah, let's look at Slater's items. Does he
Look at the
pose?
stamage.
Oh, there we go.
There's the Hecarim. They actually do a lot. Artifact on the side, free firing. They get onto Artemis. He is in that first deathless state, trying to get out. He's dead. It's a shutdown. Slater lives, and the miracle may be here. As they've killed the bot lane, Team Secret can actually get a push together. An attempted teleport out from Yado should get him to safety. But a teleport being used for that.
Yeah, let's not focus on Cyan being killed, because that can take a few hours still. Early in this game, I actually said Team Secret is trying to emulate Gum, and they're not succeeding. This was a very Gum move from Secret as well. This is something we saw from Gum over and over again. When Secret grouped in mid lane, they still found ways to engage Secret when they stepped out of line once. And this was a big step out of line from Artemis. He's trying to play a little bit of Juggermore, but
that was so smart from DNK.
It was a very good engage, because now you have to think about all the defensive tools. What is gone already? We have the Lantern gun. We have the ultimate from Yado gone. His flash is gone. He doesn't even get to flash here. So they actually found a way to kind of bait, at the very start of the fight, all the defensive tools out of Cerberus. And then it's just a Jinx, a sitting Dark champion without any kind of mobility, even with a Zillion in her back pocket, and she's dead. The second death of the game, and 2-0-5 Artifact. He's finally doing something in the game. His itemization is still very questionable, but the more items come in, the less the first item matter. So he might actually have a game that is going to be a little bit more close.
So, something that we can kind of point out while we have maybe a very momentary moment is that Artemis, despite his playstyle, barely played Jinx. I don't think he played Jinx in the regular split. I think that was a stat. I might have to check it, but if he did, it was only one or two games.
Yeah, I believe he played the first Jinx last week. We even pointed that out.
Yeah,
so.
I think, last week, I think he played his first game of Jinx.
Pretty sure of that.
He hasn't been playing that champion. He is incredibly fed right now, but there's a reason he's avoided this champion. Maybe he's just not confident on it, and the nerves are starting to set in.
DNK.
He can't have the nerves now. DNK has to get close to this dragon, is the smite.
He has the blast cone. He's moving further and further away. He's trying to really get on Artemis. Trying to also get into his head, and here he is!
Bearing down, there it is, he hits him! Artemis, unable to deal any damage. Slater dives back, they need to knock him down into that Zillion ultimate. They manage that, but now Slater's in trouble! There it is, the Jinx gets traded for the Kaiser. You take that every day of the week. Yado is the next one to fall, potentially, as they hunt forward. No, it'll be Ron OP going down to Nagia, then it'll be Yado. Eventually cleaned up by the horse on the other side. Azir somehow died to the Scion. Not sure how that happened, but it's Team Secret winning another fight. Truly, miracles can happen.
Usually Cerberus the masters of front to back, but they don't know how to deal with flanks, and Artemis once again gets feared, and then Slater dives into the backline. The enemy team is not marking him correctly. The tanks are all in front of Jinx, which usually is a good thing, but when everyone comes from the backhand, yeah, the front doesn't really matter too much. So not enough protection on Artemis. He goes down twice in this team fight again, and that's a third dragon for Secret. Their dragon snowball was hampered earlier, but now they're back to Soul Point, and finally back in control of this game again, out of nowhere.
Now, this is... I want to give credit where credit's due to DNK. I've been very harsh to DNK in the past, and I don't think unfairly, but in this game he is stepping up. He's gotten the Hecarim. We are still on a patch where Hecarim and Udyr are kind of built different. And he's using that genetic difference very, very well, as this Hecarim has been able to slip around enemy vision, and in the last 2 engages, he has been the reason they've managed to kill Artemis.
Yeah, and I think Cerberus is kind of flustered. They don't know how to deal with champions that can penetrate and bypass their very good front-to-back setup, right? Because if you look at all the setups, once again, we have a very clear front line and a very clear back line for Cerberus. But if the enemy champs, especially the Hecarim and the Kaiser, can just walk into the back line for free, Slater needs to be careful though.
Oh, Slater's dead. That is an instant blow up. They need to get on Artemis in exchange, but they haven't managed to do it this time. This is not what Team Secret wants. They have been caught out, Nagia, managing to make enough space with that Gnar ultimate that only Slater will die, but look at the health bar. What did Ron OP just do? He just fat fingered his stopwatch. This is an inhib.
They might want to kill the Nexus here.
No, they'll go to Baron.
Okay, Baron is a little bit risky, because Baron is on the map, but Slater only 20 seconds away, and he, of course, has his ultimate to cover a lot of ground, so Cerberus might run the risk of actually getting aced here. Nagia, no flash, but ultimate, of course, available. DNK, no ultimate, that's huge.
Yeah, that is massive. That makes it so hard for them to get onto Artemis. This Baron goes down so fast as well. Slater has spawned as the fight breaks out. Nagia's just dead. Shut down by Artemis, the minigun, rattling those bullets forward. Slater limping his way forward, but it will be a 4v5. I don't think Team Secret can let this go. I think a Baron would end the game.
Flash ultimate ready.
Yeah, they do, and there is a soldier going forward. DNK finally gets his ultimate back, but it's only going to get Ron OP. Pun getting taken down slowly. Look at the big scoop. Slater will convert on it as well. Artemis, you absolute legend. The Emperor rises, and Shurima cheers as Team Secret take the 4v5 and take a victory.
That is Baron, that is going to be bot inhibitor as well. Artifact is trying to make it happen. He has so much AP and attack speed, he cuts through towers and inhibitors in no time whatsoever. A huge team fight once again. Cerberus, they are over-indexing in their standard play and not keeping track of all the tools in the enemy team. Artifact, in the end, the teleport, maybe not the best. But he earned everything he needs.
Zev has really sold him out there.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. But look at him here. Comes from the side. And DNK, they are just biding their time. They're waiting for DNK's ultimate to be back available. Look at his cooldown. It's not here. It's not here. They need to stall. They need to stall. Slater also still on the move. So maybe Cerberus actually had an opportunity to just burst the Baron, but they of course don't know the ultimate cooldown perfectly. Look at it, it's almost there. Not here, now it's activated. Perfect timing for DNK. He isolates Ronopi, and he's still a very strong tank. Artifact, DNK, so much visual noise, so much chaos to deal with. Zilean hates fights like these. He wants to stand behind everyone, play from very far away, play from a safe range. This was not the case. Slater, where are you?
That's a good question. Slater is dead. Oh, never mind. Ult's over the wall. Has a Galio coming in, and now CBL might be regretting going and saving his ADC as he's going to go down for the trouble. Artemis picking up that kill. DNK has to ult away, and this is the issue. Team Secret can win all of these fights. Artifact can have all of these heroics, but they still make these silly mistakes that throw away the leads they gain and bring it straight back, and you've got to do it again now.
So, it is a pretty bad look for Secret, but they still have the Baron. Enemy team can't really do anything. And if they are able to reconquer a little bit of the territory around Dragon, they might even be able to engage on this soul fight. DNK is very far away, pushing top lane right now, trying to get something cross-map. So, Team Secret might actually opt out of the Dragon fight with the jungler not here. Once again, he needs his ultimate. It seems like Cerberus has bought enough time, so we're going to go into a 7-dragon game. Those are the ones we like. 34 minutes into the game, 2 huge AD carries, very strong mid laners on both sides too, and the game is getting tenser and tenser. Actually, the gold lead is huge though for Secret. Look at this. They're more than 8k gold ahead, or almost 8k gold ahead, should say. So there's a lot of gold where you don't see it on the tanks, on the support, on the top laners, where gold doesn't seem to matter, but if the ADC items are the same, actually the added tankiness of one more item on the jungler, look in DNK right now, might make all the difference.
It very well might, your way. But we have quite the game on our hands. After some silly games for the first 3, not bad, but, you know, silly. We have a real banger here as Rono P is a little bit caught out and just detonated.
Look at Artemis.
Artemis is getting chased out. They need to knock him down into the Zilean state. We'll get up with a lot of health, but while he's reviving, he can't deal any damage. DNK can't really find a way out. CBL goes down. That's an excited Jinx, and Artifact misses the scoop. That is an absolute disaster.
Triple kill. They don't want to go for the Penta. They want to go for the end.
No. They want to win.
Look at the pings.
The game, the Nexus is open. This should be game. Artemis should be able to just win them this.
They have a wave. Oh, why so early? That's a weird
That's
teleport.
too early. That's so early.
Actually delaying the wave a little bit. The inhib is spawning as well, so they actually have to cut through the inhib as well. 20 seconds.
I don't think they
30
can do
seconds
this.
on both the carries. I think it's still enough time. They have the time.
Oh yeah, they have 4. Yeah, they have 4. They don't have the Volibear ult, but I don't think they can kill Artemis. There's no way. Yeah, I think they have this. They have to desperately try and cut the wave, but even if you kill the minions, it's not going to be enough. The Nexus towers are falling. This is going to be Cerberus surely getting over the line. They're desperately trying to kill Artemis, but there's a Zilean ult. The Justice Punch in
Surely
CBL
not again.
trying to buy every second. Surely not. As Artemis goes down, surely not, surely not, surely not, surely not. No, oh, thank Christ. Cerberus get over the line. I might have punched my screen. I might have really gotten mad if Team Secret had somehow held that. Team Secret do not hold on. Cerberus clutch it out.
And today, we play for nothing but to entertain you. And are you not entertained? What an insane series. The best of 5 going the full way after 2 dominant wins for Secret, 2 sketchy wins back for Cerberus, and we move into Game 5. It's reverse sweep o'clock, hopefully for Cerberus fans, but Secret is certainly not out of here. They have not been tilting out of the games even after losing that last one. Hopefully, they bring us a good Game 5, because I am ready for another 40-minute banger. This series is going the distance.
Absolutely. We hope you are enjoying the stream. If you are, consider supporting us. There'll be links in chat. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the VCS English Analyst Desk. Don't go anywhere.
"85 days ago, we had zero clue how either of these two teams, Cerberus or Team Secret, would end up doing. I don't think the entirety of the split has gone by with these two teams in such an exciting place yet. Here we are, best of 5, game 5 between these two in what is perhaps one of the more, or the least important games that they're actually playing, with nothing but their own pride on the line. Welcome back to the VCS Analyst Desk with Gargantuan Dum Dum, Team Secret potentially being swept. The ramifications of this game will echo for a very long time as Mobby's career and, of course, Clockwork's career are contingent. And, of course, also Rakan, if incorrect for the first time ever, will be made into a pizza by his owner every day. So you have to be really careful with how this game ends up turning out. Clockwork, why don't you start us off? What is Team Secret doing, man?
So I don't think here at this point you don't need an analyst advice, you need a cardiologist advice. Definitely. My heart is in shambles. I cannot take a reverse sweep. So Team Secret, I suppose their strategy was sort of sound to dive the backline, to chase the Jinx, and put the single carry Cerberus composition in a hard spot, and they managed to do that up until the very last fight, where Artifact got too excited. He was not on the Jinx, but he got too excited and tried to go for a scoop that was too deep, and I'm at the loss of words.
That's fair. Let's take a broader scope look, I suppose, Bobby. I'll give you a chance to pontificate in a minute. But first, let's take a look back at how this game actually ended up so close, because there was a point in time where Secret looked like this game might have actually been back into their hands. As we're going to get a look at the pick onto Artemis in the midst of the game that actually caused quite a bit of strife among everybody, casters and ourselves within our chat, just because of how crazy it was.
And yeah, we have to realize Artemis has spent a lot of the split playing things like Kai'Sa, things like Xayah, and things like Tristana, things with a lot of self-peel, self-mobility. And this has meant that he has felt very confident stepping up like this. And we can see here, he's progressing super far ahead of his team. And then the beautiful overextension from D&K predicting the Lantern means that he's completely zoned out of the fight immediately. He's put into the ultimate, but enough CC is still around to bring him back down. And if we contrast this to the fight at the end, which we don't have the clip for, they do a similar sort of thing, but they aren't able to clump around Artemis. They end up diving past 2 turrets to when by the time he goes into into the Zillion ultimate. And because of that, it means D&K is left isolated within the base. Artemis is right back on the back line, and he can just start free firing into the rest of Team Secret, and that turns that fight around into the favor of Cerberus, and that leads to the win, because that's the final fight. The death timers are so long that was a 4-for-1. And I can let you go. I'm just rambling at this point. I'm mad.
Mobby, have Cerberus cracked this code? Is it this team fighting style, even if it's very basic, 1 carry, something crazy like that, put a bunch of tanks and a Zillion inside? Is that all Cerberus is needed to do all series? Is it something that Team Secret can counteract? What is the plan here coming into the draft and coming in for strategy here to make sure either A, Team Secret ends up finding a win, or if Cerberus needs to continue what they're doing, how do they make sure that happens?
Cerberus has found something that works for them. They have just gone right back to Artemis, please carry us, Senpai. It's working, but I think but if I'm Team Secret, you're playing completely different to how you were in games 1 and 2. Game 1 and 2, you were playing these hyper-aggressive early game junglers and just making gank after gank after gank, trying to snowball your top side. This time, you're playing in the last 2, you've played these farming junglers, you've played a lot more through Slater, and it hasn't worked out for you. So I think you just go back to the game 1, game 2 strategy. Go onto the blue side, pick up that Thresh for CBL. It's 100% win rate. It's a fantastic pick. It also shuts down, or at least lessens, the ability to put Artemis on these late game hypercarries.
That, and also some more mid-game oriented champions for Artifact, because he definitely had way more impact during mid-game fights compared to these late-game Azir, today's late-game team fights where he tries to do the big play and it doesn't always go the way he wants. And like, what I also want to see is some more champions that allow DNK and Nagia especially to have these big flanks that were crucial for the first 2 games. Yeah, and just pull it off. They can do it, I believe.
I just got word actually from the voices inside of our head specifically that Nagia has been subbed out, and in his place has stepped in GLX's jungler Killer Queen in the top lane here for the side of team. No, sorry. It is actually going to be coded, which was predicted by Mobby at the beginning of the game as being the preferred pick for the series. What does this do differently, Mr. Mobby, as opposed to what would have been brought by Nagia?
Coated is a much stronger lane. His team fighting can leave a lot to be desired, but he is a much stronger laner, and he has a lot more in his repertoire for picks like Camille, like Jax, that you can swing into this top lane and just work for as these huge picks to work through. The Akali ban from Team Secret is a little bit interesting, but they are back on the blue side. They are more than happy to run it, and I think if they go back to their old strategies of picking these early game junglers like Lee Sin and just camping for the top lane. And
wait, what is
the top swapped around? Because these bans should be Cerberus's bans.
Yeah, I hope they are. Or maybe they're trying to ban themselves so Secret doesn't know what to ban. I think it's like -1 head instead of 5 head, but it's a strategy.
It is really interesting because these have been the bans from the side of Cerberus for the last at least 3 games, and then you also think Cerberus right now, they're the ones who actually ended up banning out the Seraphine, if that ends up being the case. So there might be something funky. VETV is known for their fantastic production, but perhaps one singular mistake being made as both sides... Oh, okay, there's some shenanigans going on. It appears as though
overlay's the wrong way around.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case. Yeah.
Analyst challenge difficulty veteran.
Okay, Cerberus just kind of hinted. They kind of hinted that. Why are you first picking Renekton when there's a Thresh available that has been such a strong pick? It has opened Artemis up to these hypercarries, and I assume we're just looking to fix the overlay. That's why we're getting a nice big close up of Hope.
Mm-hmm.
I know what we can tell you. We are okay. We're back.
Okay. Let's go. Okay, just change the overlay, and we have the Hecarim picked. Also, one of my lights has gone out, so there's Nocturne maybe. Nocturne coming. I see from Secret that could be an option. It has not been banned. They go for the Rel. Horsepower doubled.
Imagine this. You got the like you said, that horsepower doubled. Orianna has to be a consideration here from the side of Artifact now with double ball delivery, and Yato has to be thinking that as well. With Alistar, maybe they actually had that as the counter picks there. I like the Alistar matchup more than the Rel. Mobby, you have been screaming something is wrong with what's happening right now. Perhaps your spider got out, so you have no dinner tonight. But let's get your opinion on what's happening right now.
Thresh. CBL is a Thresh one trick. Just
no
like
Thresh. No Thresh.
Okay,
Thresh bad. Rel good.
Rel is good, but Rel can be somewhat countered by the Alistar.
Very.
You can also take the Thresh into Rel and do okay if you time your plays correctly. So the fact there's been no Thresh, okay, now we have a Tristana Rel.
Yeah.
That should be a winning bot lane.
Bless.
This is what I called.
It took 5 games.
Game 3 or I think game 4. I said Secret should try to focus on the bot lane, pick a kill lane, put Artemis in a really hard spot, or force Chu Hao to focus twice as much time in the bot lane, and this is the way to go. Also helps the Cerberus didn't ban, of course, any of the power picks, so Team Secret actually coming out with a really comfortable draft so far.
I have heavy distaste right now for the bans I'm seeing from Cerberus, as they have given away the fact that Renekton is going to be on the table here, yet they are banning away mid laners when you know mid laner could easily come in as the final pick. If it were me, I'd be trying to protect my Renekton more than I'd be trying to ban away mid laners, especially something like TF, which you can blind anyway at like R4, so at least confused to that extent. Maybe you have different perspectives here, Mobby, as we're closing out the ban.
Renekton can be flexed, and I think that's something they're leaving on the table. And I think they're trying to get rid of Camille partners.
Yeah.
The Twisted Fate and the Galio, they can still go for... Well, they've got the Hecarim, so they're not going to go for the Nocturne. Unless they flip down to the top lane for some real fancy schmancy stuff.
Oriana's still available, by the way.
But there is Oriana, there is a lot open. And the Oriana just seems like a good safe blind pick for Camille too. And Camille can work through that if she wants.
Yes,
Good
I also
ball
want to point out that the Nocturne can also be played in solo lane. Someone played it top for maybe exactly Pan. I don't know, the matchup into Renekton probably not very favorable. But yeah, it could still be an option. And Cerberus actually go and play him, probably jungler, but also can be mid lane as well.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the jungle Nocturne, which... Very interesting coming out of Zhuha. You'd think Team Secret would know how to play around it, because they have the, they are the team that plays it, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And now...
Could be Yado Renekton and Pan Nocturne. No, there's the Azir, so can't be. Okay, Zhuha Nocturne. That's the only one.
It's just gonna be Gnar. Sad.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get away from the Gnar pick as the R5 into the likes of Renekton, which is crazy that they can't come up with anything more creative than the Gnar to grab at that position, but a decently strong champion. I know where I'm from, at least, a lot of times people are willing to take this Nocturne into Hecarim matchup, but personally, I've never actually seen it work one single time. So I don't know who is pushing this and why these players seem to think that this is the case, but I don't like it. You know, analysts, this has been a fantastic ride. We've had a long day of games. This has been excellent. We've got to talk about some good drafts, some bad drafts, some good games, some bad games. We were on the verge of a reverse sweep and the first ever best-of-5 win from the side of Cerberus, or Team Secret somehow being able to pull out this win after what would have been a humiliating loss. I end up getting reverse swept here against a team that hasn't been able to win. We'll see if Coded makes a difference. I'm going to need your final predictions of the night. Who takes Game 5? Bobby.
I think compositionally, I prefer what Team Secret has, but Alright, because of composition, I'm going Team Secret, but it's tight. It's so very tight.
Just Team Secret, right?
You brought me here for my brains, but now it's only a hat that will speak. Team Secret. Let's go.
2 votes. First time we've had a cohesive vote on our analyst desk, as we are going to move back to Everyday in Your Way for game number 5. Gentlemen, take it away.
A wise man said that this series was playing for nothing. But clearly, these teams disagree. They are playing for pride, for glory, for the knowledge that they can win. Cerberus have cleared their throats and they're breathing clear. Team Secret are wounded and they need to strike back. It's game 5. I don't have time because CVL has to run. Alright, he's fine. It's game 5! A series which no one thought would matter has truly gone the distance. It's gone all the way. It's been a bloodbath. But now we wade back onto the rift to see which of these teams walk away with this final victory.
And before we talk about any matchups, about any of the champions, the Nocturne, the Gnar coming in as R5, maybe a little bit of a disappointment, I have to talk about Slater. Slater, he won all the best of 5s going to 5 games last year. He actually went to 5 games every single time they went into the playoffs against GAM, and they won every single time. 3 best of 5s going to 5 games last year, all three times he was victorious. So now it's on him. He is the new player, the champion maker for Team Secret, supposedly. Now it's time for him to at least make them 3rd place, looking ahead into summer.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting. This one is so hard to call. I empathize with our analysts being forced to give a prediction. Thankfully, I don't have to. So
I definitely echo their points, though. I think
I do.
Team Secret has assembled a little bit of an Exodia comp here. Tristana Rel, that's insane. Then Orianna in the mid lane, probably the strongest single champion, at least when you look from the EU perspective on the Rift right now. And Hecarim Gnar, super strong champions in the meta too. They have great synergy, they have a lot of engage, they have super nice combo potential, so I really like their composition.
But your way, this is the VCS. And if you assemble a fantastic draft, that means you lose.
Well, the enemy team kind of has to have the bad draft, and I don't think that's really the case for Cerberus. I like their combos as well. A lot of engage, a lot of all-in coming from jungle support, and even ADC to follow up into the backline. It's weird to build this composition into Tristana, not really the ADC you would like to attack in the backline.
Ooh, Yado.
But maybe they can attack Artifact on the Orianna. No mobility spells, only one meager phase rush to work with. So that's, I think, the target we all look for in the later team fights.
Phase rush is not terrible for getting away from early Nocturne ganks, though.
True.
He's not
Speaking
that
of early
quick
ganks.
as Yado. Well done. Surfs the way out of there. Does well. Slater hops away, and CBL dismounts. Zhu Hao spotted, just going to throw a fear at the pony. But everyone just waiting.
The jungle mobs have been relentlessly slaughtered by both junglers, but now it's time for blood, I think. On the bot side, we see big pings, but don't actually see what's going on there. Hello? Observers, please?
I mean, there's no one there. It's not a fight.
Okay, yeah, Ronopi was there for a while, and then there were so many pings I couldn't actually see if he was still in there, in the mix.
It's okay.
Apologies.
I think it was just getting ready for some warding or something. We're not 100% sure. Sometimes hard to tell.
5 minutes in.
We can't make our mini-map bigger. Real casters can. We have to do what we can work with. As the hop forward, they're trying to get the damage down, but Ronopi interrupts the Rel combo. Nice and easily. It's why it's a counter pick.
And DNK doesn't really waste too much time with this one. He wanted to reset anyway. He finished one extra camp after the first clear, so now everything is coming back up again. He's a little delayed on the full clear compared to the Nocturne, so Zhu Hao with a slight advantage, maybe looking to accelerate to level 6 a little bit earlier. And once that Nocturne hits level 6, Artifact has to fear for his life, because Flash, Ezreal all in with Zhu Hao, Paranoia following up. That's a very dead Orianna, so I think our eyes have to be glued to the mid lane and the positioning there. You can see a very early ward already used in mid lane to spot Orianna even when she retreats under her turret. So I really like this ward. It's on screen right now in the back half of the lane. So even if you don't have the wave, you can still engage on Artifact. I think this is the set play to start off this 5th game for Cerberus.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Zhu Hao come towards this mid lane, try and blow a flash. If you blow the flash, it's an instant kill as soon as the Azir ult is up, with very little counterplay.
So much poke.
He needs to be careful, but he's okay.
So this is a little unfortunate for Zhu Hao. He has to show now if he wants to get to level 6, so he's just going to wander into top lane, absorb a little bit of experience. This makes him accountable, and mid lane immediately counteracted by DNK, helping Artifact to push out good counter move for
smart.
Secret. Yeah.
This gets him the reset. He comes back in full health with a few hundred gold worth of items. I like this a lot.
Very unfortunate for Zhu Hao. He really wanted to not show before level 6, but not quite able to get there in time. And now Oriana gets a reset. She probably gets boots on this reset too, and then able to run away a little bit more quickly. Also ultimate available now. No boots actually, so still under a lot of threat here. And finally level 6 coming in for Nocturne. He's unlocked now.
Did Artifact not reset? Or did he just get immediately chunked back down? My word. A lot of damage.
I don't think he actually went back to...
Yeah, I don't think he did. As DNK is on the invade, Ron OP will spot it out.
That's
Very
Q gone.
tanky. Yeah, he's very tanky. They do get his
Wow,
flash.
what?
The Hecarim ult is used, though. The paranoia now. But the Rel is here, providing so much CC. Over the wall with that blast cone. DNK smites for some health. But now, they have to kill Zhu Hao. They have to kill him now. They manage it. DNK gets the kill. It resets later. Yano misses the wall.
It's a highway robbery. Look at that. Team Secret actually gets away with this over-aggressive invade. DNK completely lost his mind chasing into the jungle, and they blew everything on the Aftershock Alistar. But they get away with it, and that's a kill. That's the ultimate from Zhu Hao used. That means more time where you just don't have to worry about this Nocturne too much. He's neutered in the early game, and it's a first kill for DNK. It's a blessing for Team Secret and their composition early on.
That was very, very well played, particularly by CBL. That flash was excellent. The Rel play, exactly what we want.
This alleviates so much pressure from Artifact in the mid lane. He still has his flash available, still has his ult available too. He can just sit back, farm up, and be the better champion, because Oriana is better than Azir right now. I like this combination to start the fight. I think the ultimate is hard overcommitting though from DNK.
Yeah,
he's very
it's
lucky
so
to get
risky.
away here. Actually gets the smite down after the fear abates, and Zhu Hao in the mix a little too deep. Yada really tries to make it happen, but CBL dodges with a very good flash. There was only like a quarter of a second time to get this flash correctly, so CBL now in trouble.
CBL, a bit caught out. Yeah, he should be 100% dead, but they're going to go on Ron OP on the other side, so Slater actually picks up the kill. Could potentially re-engage, but has to play around the Kaiser ultimate, of course. So it will just be the one-for-one.
Once Slater's E is available, he can definitely one-shot Artemis. Artemis needs to be super careful here.
Yeah,
Look at Slater.
he does. He is playing it very safely. Obviously, we'll get the big shield from the Killer Instinct. Zhu Hao lurking. Might try and steal away the crab. Doesn't manage it.
Oh, there it is, all in the bot lane. Oh,
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
looking
Your way. So ready.
Man, I mean, we have to cast off the map, so he moved forward very quickly. I thought he was jumping in, but apparently not.
Not quite. But let's have a look at how this happened. It started with CBL getting a little bit caught out.
Yeah, it's a very good identification for Slater that his support is just that, and they turn on Ron OP just to get the counter kill. They knew CBL was 100% dead, so no reason to not go for the counter kill there. Speaking of counter kill, Slater immediately
Ooh,
back
not this time.
on the aggressive.
Artemis does get chunked down very low, having to go for the reset. This is not a favorable time to go back, and yeah, he cancels it. I think he realized how much his tower would suffer were he to reset with the wave pushing in. But it does allow Slater a good time. CBL and DNK, the horses can link up and go to the races.
And once again, good shadowing there from DNK. The bot lane was a little bit exposed, was a little bit over pushed, so if you actually don't go bot lane, there's an opportunity for Zhu Hao to finally make use of his ultimate and maybe get a kill, chase down the enemy AD carry, even though it's pretty hard against W and Flash available on Slater's side. But once again, just very good shadowing from DNK, and Zhu Hao so far without any kind of impact. Really a good game early on for DNK, dominating the jungle matchup and always trying to get information on the Nocturne, which is the most important part.
Yeah, you have to try and track this Nocturne, warding very deep. As Pun gets a good trade onto Coded, but he's going to take some hits on the way out. Not a very interesting matchup though. He's just going to be a little bit of poke back and forth and mostly just farming. As Team Secret will move over to the Dragon Pit and use their bot prio.
So now Nocturne hasn't been in vision for a while. We might actually see a top lane gank. Top lane, Coated is desperately trying to reset the wave, but so far not actually successful in doing so. So there's a lot of setup in top lane. I think this is going to be the next opportunity for Zhu Hao. No, he's just going to go back to farming. And even Secret called off the play on the Dragon. They want to be there to counteract this Nocturne all the time. So you see, DNK even prioritizes shattering the Nocturne over taking an objective. It's their game plan from start to finish to just make the Nocturne accountable, to remove the surprise, the paranoia, you could say, and make Nocturne a normal champion, and then he's a pretty backed champion if you can't rely on the surprise.
It's kind of like playing against an Evelyn. You just have to kind of always know roughly where he is. Can strike from very strange angles, from long distances. Can't really ward normally. But they will get this Rift Herald. And with Slater just playing in the bottom river, they know that there's no dragon or anything of the like happening. So, Team Secret, they gain the Herald and they lose basically nothing.
Wow. And I really don't like that Cerberus isn't doubling down on this dive here. I think they had a very clear opportunity to kill Slater on the tower here. They had a wave crashing. They had Nocturne into the bot side as well. And they knew that 3 members of Secret were on top side using the time to get the Herald. So instead, they don't get anything back. They push the wave into Slater, so he says thank you, just collects the wave easily. Now they're swapping him into top lane. They want to accelerate the game and give the gold to Slater, cracking open this tower. Very nice macro moves for Secret. This should bring them 2 or maybe even 2.5k gold ahead if this succeeds.
Pun moving up. DNK is lurking. Oh no, this is some alcove gaming. Look at all the pings.
Everyone is walking
Slater's
up
here.
there.
Pun's dead. Pun is dead. He uses the Dominus.
Slater
With
needs to
Slater
be careful.
hopping forward. Yeah, he does, but he's got that blast pack on him. There's the kill. Hey, who said alcoves were a useless addition?
Indeed. This was very nicely done. And once again, Secret looking like the better team.
DNK. Sorry, he was just grooving.
I mean, the skin is perfect for that. So,
Exactly.
Secret now, I think this should... Look at the gold lead already, and this is first tower for Slater and DNK. Both the 2 of the most important and most gold-intensive champions on the Rift right now. So getting all the gold on Slater and the Hecarim will go a long way for Secret, and they are dominating this map. Cerberus is on the back foot all the time, not able to anticipate all the swaps. So, Secret playing basically with 1 more member, and so far the Nocturne hasn't done anything. Yeah, he's soloing the Dragon, but do you really care at 14
Who
minutes?
cares? Yeah, this is not good enough. Cerberus need to actually leverage this dragon. Sorry, not the dragon, this Nocturne. They need to use the ultimates.
And usually Cerberus can play more defensively. Usually when they fall behind in the early game, they're not a very good early game team. They say, yeah, well, it wasn't perfect, but we know we have the strength, we have the front to back, we play for 30 minutes, 35 minutes, then our star AD carry is going to shine. But if you look at the compositions right now and take off the nameplates, or turn off the nameplates, I should say, then I'd say almost everyone would favor Team Secret in the late game team fight. So it's not even the scaling angle. Maybe it's the Camp Coated angle here.
Yeah, Coated is coming in dry. You know, he's coming in cold, but he's doing pretty well initially here as he's doing a lot of damage. He's probably doomed and can't get away. He does go down. Burns his flash, but gets the Kaiser ult.
Look at mid lane though. Slater already on the mid lane tower. Pun chased away from DNK.
Ooh, Pun in a lot of trouble. There's a slow coming out from that smite. They're trying to rocket in these Tristana shots, and they do enough. They will take down the Hecarim, but they will trade it back onto DNK. Well played, Ron OP.
And Ron OP actually salvages the whole situation there, because it would have been horrible to trade 1-for-1 on the map if you invest so much time, so many resources to just kill the enemy top laner. You just can't lose your own top laner against just 2 members. So it's a good thing that Ron OP is able to push back and get a kill back. Of course, the kill is not going to go a long way with the gold going over to Ron OP. It's not what you want to see, but it's going to stop the push, and that's the more important part. So Secret halted a little bit. They can't advance further into enemy territory. Yeah, Pun. I mean, he's just a squishy little Renekton. Renektoy, or maybe back Recton. because he's been turned into a back a few times already.
I think I had a toy like that. I knocked it off my shelf and it broke.
Yep.
Kind of similar. Not what you want. It's coded. Has the Nah bar full. Goes big.
It's his most played champion as well. So you expect him to perform on this champion, but Pan and Playos, maybe the biggest downfall. I know we have been criticizing Yado and even Artemis a lot, because those are the two carry players, right? The two players we expect to perform, the two players we expect to be on the same level as the best players of the league, as Levi, as Kiaya, as, say, Taki, right? But Pan, even though we don't expect him to be on that level, he has also fallen off quite a lot. From, let's say, week 8 to playoffs, it's a whole different level.
Yeah, it's very, very different. As Slater needs to be careful. Pun is lurking over the side. Okay, clearing out some vision.
And you feel the tension. It's rising, it's growing. Team Secret still with a good advantage, but Cerberus has been able to play them closely, has been able to put a halt to the advances of Secret so far. After early turret, I thought this game would be turning into a snowball for Secret and Slater, but Cerberus able to stop that and get back into the game. It's still a 2k gold lead, it's still a super strong AD carry on 2 items already, but the other champions are scaling up nicely on the side of Cerberus too.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Team Secret obviously has this minor lead, but Cerberus, no slouch in the fights. Nocturne is a bit of a weird champion compared to where he has been in the past, in that he's kind of a tank now. So he doesn't fall off as hard as he used to. He actually can participate in front-to-back team fights. He's not amazing at it, but it's possible.
Yeah, he is one of the single strongest abilities in the game, though, especially for pro play, and the strongest part about Paranoia for me has always been, especially in this region, just think back to game 1 and 2 and 3 with all the bot TPs, you can disable TPs with that ability.
Yep.
6 seconds, and you can actually even let your top laner teleport in, and the enemy top laner has to wait the whole time and can't TP when the Paranoia is active. That is such a huge tool. And this might be something to look at if Secret tries to play side lanes again. So far, they haven't been very successful doing so. The only game they really tried to do a little bit more side lane shenanigans was the Artifact Akali game. Rightfully so, he was super strong there. But overall, it's much more of an ARAM affair, and we can already see most players are grouped in mid lane. Everyone looking at those turrets. Second dragon coming up. Secret wants to stop the dragon. Snowball, also just collect the free Infernal bonus, so it makes sense for them to group for that one. But yeah, they need to find another way to accelerate the game a little bit, because I think they've been slowing down a little bit too much. Maybe nerfs. It's game 5, it's on stage, but I feel like Secret...
Yeah, it's your last game, like, for the split. Who knows what's going to happen to Team Secret in the off-season? I think we can safely say this roster hasn't worked to the level I think Team Secret expect. So who knows, maybe this is the last game this roster plays.
Yeah, they've been experimenting.
That's pure
a lot,
speculation,
right?
Of course. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and right now, the position they are most staffed for, or they really need to compete with the top 2, I think is top lane. And it's hard to see a top laner come up on the level of Hasmed and especially Kiaya. Top lane is the position with the biggest delta between the players, I'd say. Even though we have some very good ADC players compared to some bad ADC players. In top lane, it's the top 2, maybe Yoshino on a good day, and then no one else afterwards. So for Secret to be able to compete with the top 2 right now, they have to look for a new top laner, or reintegrate one of Nagia and Coated and push them to this level.
Yeah, and we'll have to, obviously that is a topic for the off-season and the summer. Right now, it is just Coated. He has to show why he deserves to stay on the roster, while Nagia started in most of the matches today. A lot of pressure on that man's shoulders.
And can you believe that the last game today is the most calm game? The game that actually looks like a normal professional League of Legends games. No scrim shenanigans, no 4 kills at 4 minutes, 5 kills at 4 minutes. We are 21 minutes in, we have double control mages in the mid lane, 7 kills across both teams. and almost all of those kills on the AD carries. So we are scaling up. The game is going to be more explosive later on, I promise, but right now we're just waiting for items.
Script writers, we'd like to end this with only 8 kills. Excuse me, just to make your way a liar. No, please don't do that.
Just a base race. No one dies, but one base falls. Actually pretty high.
Slater, that actually would be super hard. Slater, free farming up on this top side. Look at the items already being built up. It is 2 items for both ADCs, but it's a full Last Whisper for Slater over the Kaiser.
Yeah, imagine being punned right now. Imagine being punned in teamfights, looking across on the scoreboard, and you see 2 items, 2.5 items for Slater. You see almost 2 items for Artifact. You're like, well, I can count my lifespan on one hand. Every single team fight. This is going to be an enjoyable game as Renekton. This is, yeah, not the setup you hope for on Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. You can easily count it on one hand. He's only going to live about 7 seconds. Ronope clears out this ward. Cerberus continuing to slow it down. DNK is lurking, has the potential.
Marby, you're pretty slow today. What's going on?
I'm glad you finally got there, Marby. Good job.
So Baron has been looked at once from Cerberus, but then immediately they disengaged again. I'm not sure where we're going with this game right now. It seems like Secret is storming down the mid lane again, but look at this. Finally, an engage. Cerberus is in.
There's the paranoia. They're diving forward. Ronope doing a good job surviving for a long time, but Zhu Hao just gets blown up. The Rel stun was fantastic. Stunned at both ends. It's 3 kills for Team Secret. They crack the game open. It's about to be 4 kills as well, as Artemis is found. Never mind, the wall goes up. Buys him some space. Well done by Yado. Coded, moving in. Not close enough. That's an inhib tower going down at 23 minutes.
That was from 0 to 400 in less than a second. What just happened? Secret just stomped on mid lane, said, okay, we tried side lane for a while. We are scared of paranoia, so let's just do ARAM again. We did ARAM for 80% of the split, so I guess we just finished the split with this as well. And it works for them. Cerberus engaged from 2 angles, but as we said before, the tanks are not tanky enough. Pan tried to get in there, used his flash, got on top of Slater, and then didn't have any damage, so he wasn't able to finish the job. Artemis never saw an opportunity to get into the back line. And this is Baron, and Secret in such a commanding position right now. Yeah, look at this. DNK once again, amazing team fighting on this horse. He has really stepped up his game the last few games. One zones away Artemis, and Artemis had no chance ever in this teamfight to go into the backline. Slater was isolated with the Renekton on top of him. A little bit of damage from Artemis is probably enough to pop Slater, maybe start the resets, or maybe start the teamfight in their favor. But DNK just able to keep him accountable on top of Artemis all the time. And now it's a 5k gold lead.
And while we have a moment, I want to praise DNK a little bit, because my biggest criticism for him is that he is never going to be the first one in. He's always wants to be the second one in. He's been terrified of making the mistake. And that's hurt Secret really badly. This series, dude's grown some balls. It might be a crude way to put it, but it's true. He's really stood up and said, hey, no, I can be the first one in, as Zhu Hao will use that ultimate to go in, spell shields the shockwave. They just try and make something happen. They're losing a tower in the bot side. And oh no. Have they paused? Has someone just given up? What's going on?
It's desperation time for Cerberus. Let's go to the caster desk. Hello. 20 minutes in. Last game of this best of 5. We see Slater is exhausted already. All the players don't look too excited, but Secret very close to actually closing out the series after losing the last 2 games. Coming back after losing 2 games and on the verge of being reverse swept is actually quite a huge accomplishment. I want to stress this again. Team Secret, we talk about Cerberus as the chokers in playoffs, but honestly Secret not that much better, right? If you look at
well, they're not the chokers in playoffs. They're just the chokers.
But even fair. So there's not a huge difference like with Cerberus. But even if you look at the last time they played playoffs, right? They came in the lower bracket in summer and had to face off against Percent and almost lost their series against Percent. It was a 5-game cracker of a series, but no one expected Secret to be this close to Percent. I believe Glory outperformed Artifact on the day with a huge performance there as well. So Secret, not the greatest team in playoffs either, so it would be a huge boon for this team to end this whole season, this whole split, I should say, in third place and overcome Cerberus once again.
We'll have to find out because, as is the VCS tradition, we have a game 5. We're building the hype. Everyone's invested. Chat is going mental. And then there's a pause.
And you know what happens after the pause,
35
right?
minutes? Oh, they win in about 2 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. Don't think that's quite going to happen this time.
Oh, man.
It's not Flash vs. Calm. But we do hope we get back in soon enough. But while we are in this pause, let's talk a little bit about how these two teams have come into this split. Oh, never mind. Don't have to talk about anything. No narratives. Old kings, new kings. You know how it is. End of an era. As Slater fires away on this bot lane tower.
Yay! Secret actually putting their Baron to use. Now Slater overextended though. They have no lantern. Slater should just be dead. Teleport coming in.
Yeah, they're in a lot of trouble as Slater kiting away. DNK played it so well, denied Ron OP entry to the fight. Coded, look how deep he is. He's just killing Zhuhao. In the backside, Ron OP has fallen. There's another stun out of CBL. Perfect stuff there. Yardo goes down. The wings are clipped. The criminal has been apprehended. As look at Coded, he's just in the enemy base.
He's chilling.
Killing your dudes. He's in your base, killing your dudes. As another in-him tower falls. Team Secret are on the warpath. This could just be game. They have a Tristana. There is 2 dead. Ooh, that scared me for a moment. Pun has gone down. They catch in onto Artemis. Team Secret are just going to win. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit my mic there. The zone away of Zhuhao. Doing perfect work there is Coded. Perhaps he was the secret recipe that Clockwork needed to add to the Team Secret sauce. And there it is. Third place in the VCS will be Team Secret. They take the win. The reverse sweep is stopped in its tracks. And Cerberus are dusted off and sent to 4th.
The most dominant game in the 5th game for the team that just lost 2 games back to back. Very surprising. They start with a dominant game 1. They end with an even more dominant game 5. Team Secret overall redeeming themselves. We talked about redemption today. It was all about accomplishing at least something, not ending the whole split on a negative. And Cerberus, on the other hand, they fall down. They got so close to reverse sweeping. And once again, they don't win a single best of 5 in playoffs. Summer is another opportunity. There are some changes rumored to happen to this team. Ego is sitting on the bench. Hopefully he's getting into shape for the summer season again. So Cerberus hopefuls can still hold their head high, hope for summer. But spring ended in another disappointment. Secret takes game 3rd place.
And that will be it from the caster desk. I hope you did enjoy the show that me and my good friend Your put on. I hope we didn't get too on your nerves, and perhaps we brought you some of the hype that we felt for the last few hours. And for the final time tonight, I will hand you off to the capable and genius at VCS English Analyst Desk. And Marby's there too. See you guys tomorrow.
You.
Oh, hello. Welcome back to the VCS Analyst Desk. As I think the number one thing that we learned on the day is when it comes to cooking, make sure to always trust the Italians as they know best. Clockwork going crazy, gargantuan happy chef. I hope you're really happy. Rakan's life also spared not to be made into a pizza. Mobby, I know you were looking forward to that one, but it's not going to be the case.
I went on to chat my roommate.
I guess I'll give Clockwork first word here as your Team Secret, able to clutch out the end. How you feeling right now?
So, talking about the game, I really loved DNK's planning in the early game. The first invade red buff of Cerberus was really risky, but Cerberus reacted badly, and from there, everything kind of crumbled. And Secret was always first on the play on all objectives. And at some point, Cerberus kind of ran out of energy, and it could be easy to put it in a single line, but I think this game was hard difference.
Bobby, thoughts on the series?
I think whatever Coded brought in terms of mental state that last game, it helped so much. I think they smashed the draft phase. They felt so much more confident and more comfortable in what they were doing, especially compared to games 3 and 4. It was exactly what Team Secret needed, and I'm excited for this. I'm not excited for the Team Secret roster, actually. I can't get excited for this Team Secret roster because I've been burnt too many times. Similarly with Cerberus, I'm never predicting you in playoffs ever again. Sorry about that, but, it's just...
Relatable.
I'm so mad. Where was this Team Secret? Where was this DNK all split? If this DNK had been there, this confident playmaking jungler, they would have been the third, or they might have pushed for second. They would have been third, and they would have been third solidly. But as they are now, they sort of snuck their way in.
Yeah.
And it's kind of upsetting looking at the talent on this roster and seeing them go what was it? It was basically 7-7 across the split.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got smashed 3-0 and then clawed 3-2 into the third place. It was... It was rough.
I think that's for the most part, unless Clockwork, you have anything to say to Mobby here.
Yeah, as a Secret fan myself, I'm really glad that they took third place. It was a nail biter. I actually did not expect that it was going to be this hard. But yeah, definitely, I want to see better from Secret side in summer. I know that the individual skill is there. They just need to come together and just make it to the Rift, all 5 together. It will not be easy. One split is gone at this point. But yeah, Team Secret can also improve a lot. I'm really sad for Cerberus, but yeah, on this side, the narrative of not winning a best of 5 will continue.
I will say thank you, Team Secret, for winning Game 5 for saving my predictions. Saving my prediction game.
Yes. Now, Cerberus, unfortunately, they fall. Their curse of never being able to win a best of 5 continues. Secret do clutch, a team that I think all of us had in the top 3 at the beginning of the split, now has actually made all of us correct. So I have to give them a lot of appreciation for that, as that will wrap up our 3rd and 4th place match here in the VCS. But of course, tomorrow, that's the big kahuna. That's where all the marbles get dropped. We get to decide our 1st and 2nd place teams, who is going to be the representative at MSI, and that's the big game. That's the everything that comes, and the culmination of everything that's come through in the spring split, as the rookie team of Saigon Buffalo is going to take on GAM, the seasoned veterans who have a lot of expectations, being our number 1 seed and being able to go represent VCS yet again at another international event. I've been Rebel Fox alongside Mobby and Clockwork, our casters today, of course, every day in Your Way. Everybody putting in a bunch of work, doing fantastic stuff. If you like what you see, obviously there's donation links in different places. There's also VCS English, a Discord, there's a Facebook, there's Twitter, everything that you can follow when it comes to social media as a way of making sure to follow us and continue this content. Tomorrow's games will be the last of the spring split until we get into summer, so you definitely do not want to miss the final tomorrow night. Until then, it's been fantastic having you here, folks. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, and we'll see you tomorrow for the last VCS Analyst Desk of the split.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting